Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And that you will continue to reject the chaos in your lives. How about that one? So, um, good morning, good afternoon. I see Susie's in the house. Have my tea and a lovely sweet potato. Oh man, I don't have any sweet potatoes, but yeah, yum yum, sweet taters. I just got more coffee, and I got a couple of cookies, and I'm just kind of munching out here. So, I'm early. Like what? Yeah, I'm like 10 minutes early. How about that? Instead of being late. But I was sitting here and kind of, I just finished doing the um, reading, story readings with Robert V. And on his channel on Milky Way Soul Tribe. And I'm always a little wound up after the show kind of thing. So, but uh, this particular subject has been on my mind for the last couple of days. So I just thought I'd share it and see how y'all's Christmas came out and all that kind of stuff. And going through the going through the channels and this and that. And oh my God, there's so much fear porn out there. How Chloe? How are you? Joey, can you let Crystal know everyone is sending our love? Okay. But my goal, especially these last couple of years, has been, we can repeat on, we can report and talk about some of the craziness that's going on, but you know, I've learned, I think, along with you folks, that the more we talk about the chaos, it seems like the more the chaos affects our lives, you know, and so, a lot of folks using the chaos word and this and that, um, but here's the thing about that. If we're always talking about it, if we're always, well, everything is chaotic. Yeah, everything is doom. Skyfall said it was needed. Okay. You just keep laughing. Yeah, several years ago, I admittedly I would be like, "Oh my God, we're all gonna die," and did videos on it, and here this, especially this last year, I'm like, man, all these folks just doom and gloom. Your byline, yeah, I keep laughing. You bring it into reality and your attention by speaking, and yep, yep, no doom here. I I gotta say though, in an odd way, I see doom in our forecast, but it's the end of some stupidity. Like in certain ways, stupidity is doomed. Hey Niles, how are you? I don't like to use that word doomed, but you know, I got to say, the way I see the Catholic Church these days and what's going on, I think they're doomed. But as far as humanity and the rest of them, nah, I don't really feel it. Yeah, I don't see it, but there are some. I can see that there are things that especially like listening to some of the you know um Catholics these days, and they're going, the church is doomed. And I'm like, yeah, okay. I can kind of see where, it's been written on the wall for a while. So, but, that's not, the demise of a company or a thought or a, a way of life or, like, eating people. Hey, Niles, I said hi, didn't I? In the midst of chaos. Yep. Well, I have been in many chaotic situations in my life, like, working on the carnival. We'd have a lot full of people, and there, all this confusion and all, the shows going on and all that. And you find a way to get through the crowd. You're able to maneuver through things. You are a part of the chaos, but you move through it. I mean, there are a lot of times, in my younger days, because I haven't worked on the carnival in a long, 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 long time, but a lot of times sit there watching rides go round and round and round, and watching people and watching behavior and all that kind of stuff. But um, accidentally announced the Pope's death. Really? Which one? The real Pope? Get go, not the fake guy, but that's interesting. But I don't want to put doom and gloom on anybody. There's a lot of folks that just, this is the final year. We're really gonna die this time. Oh my God. And just like, okay. Now, the Omicron thing. Here's something. Every year about this time, for as long back as I can remember, there is a new flu strain. Okay. There is, I mean, but going back into the 80s that I remember when I was so sick, I damn near died from one of these flu episodes. Um, I'm not joking. I was like, if my friend hadn't taken me to the hospital, I was dehydrated. I was out. I was living by myself. Nobody knew I was here. And, but anyway, I didn't have a telephone at that time. There were no cell phones. CB radios were popular back then. but so, but every year about this time, there's a new variant of the flu. Every year. Just go back and check. Oh, well, it's flu season's coming up. Get your, shots now. And oh my God, it's the Omicron. Okay, but here's the thing. Every year there's always a slip, a trip where the flu is concerned. So, I just ain't gonna fear it. If I catch it, okie dokie, because I've had the flu before, you know, not this variant, but I've been very sick with the flu over the many years that I've lived. Oh, 69 and a quarter, by the way, have to keep that going. But so I'm not taking fear into this next year. Nah, ain't doing it. So there's a lot of people in reading the news and so forth, not you folks. Now it says Catholicism might become more of a philosophy rather than a dogmatic force. I'm Catholic, and that is what I hope for. Yeah, you've heard me talk about being Catholic and all that, and all the issues and troubles, and my many conversations with Sister Helene, and she predicted this stuff back in 1970, right, along with a lot of other people. But um, the idea that somehow, though, many religions in this new if these energy waves hit like they say is supposed to hit, it was March. Now they've moved it up to February. So the cosmic energies, okay, we'll see. But if it changes our brains, cells, and stuff, and affects everybody, everything on the planet, not just people, but that if this really does come about, people are going to question whether or not they need religion at all, and whether or not they need to worship anything, you know, because again, as I bring up the subject of Native Americans, as I do, they don't worship, never did worship anything. They give honor and give thanks, and they're grateful, but it's not the same thing as getting on your knees and bowing your head and worshiping. So there are going to be a lot of Catholics who are going to be displaced if this energy thing hits us. And but I think the awareness is already there, whether this energy wave hits us in the next couple of months or not. Okay, or it within this next year, as some predict it'll be later on in the year. But 2022 seems to be a really important year to a lot of other folks. Okay, ET folks and just stuff. It's a lot of folks talking about this year, and they have talked about this year. We'll see, but I'm not going to fear it. No, not going to fear it, not a bit, because I'm and y'all know me. I always relate this to being in my canoe or a kayak or whatever, and being on the river, and you hit a spot, and the water starts getting a little fast. And so the first thing that the human instinct is to slightly panic. You go, whoops, I'm getting into quick water here. And instead of being lazy and just doodly doo, you're in like serious attention mode. And it's not really a panic, but to the novice, it is panic because, oh my God, the water's getting fast. Is it a rapids coming up? What's it? Oh, thank you. And I do have my bowl ready. Thank you. Keep me posted. A journalist on British TV mistakenly said the Pope had died. I would have worried about his job in the morning. I don't know. The ratings might have went up. They might keep him on for another day. We're all dead anyway. Somewhere in time, we're only alive right this second. Yep. But Susie, honestly, that's a little deep for a lot of people. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but it's a little deep for a lot of folks. What do you mean? I can exist and not exist. I'm living and dying at the same moment. But I get it. But, you know, what you just said will confuse a lot of people, but I understand it, uh, but somehow, they get lost in it. Wait, well, it's too much information. TMI, they have to like, wait a minute, you know. But as we explore the quantum reality, as we, for me, speaking in native types, as we explore the great mystery, as we, ask the creator and the divine source. And by the way, I keep reading these cards, and the divine source is female and male mixed. Okay. The divine is both. Okay. And a lot of folks want to leave one or the other out. Okay. And we can't have one without the other. So the divine energy is both male and female. It's not just female. So which means we need to get our act together, male and female, and anybody in between, and we need to get together on this. I thought this was the shaman training class. It is. Oh, I agree with you, Susie. I'm just stating a fact that there are some people in the journey that will look at your statement and go, "What?" I get it. I mean, I understand. But that's my point. I'm not criticizing you. You know. That's right, Chloe. That's it. You have a deeper understanding of it too. And other folks, it will just, it blows their mind, you see. So, and it does, because they can't even begin to grasp it. But for, that's why I stick with Native American things, in that, because we can talk about quantum reality, and we can talk about, okay. But if we talk about the divine energies, if we talk about, the Great Spirit, if we talk about those things in very, I guess, in a way, simplistic terms, you know, we've been here before, we're here now, and at some point we'll be back again. It might not be on this planet, but we'll be back. Oh, yeah, Susie, I'm with you on that. I've died a couple of times in this life, you know, and yep, yep, I agree. Die with a sword in your hand, absolutely. Is it 20 yet? Oh, on the nose. Here, grab this sword. So, in reading your thing about swords and stuff, I'm taking my walk with Duggar today, and I'm thinking on the word kindness and what they download into my head, kind of thing. And the damnedest thing, I was like, and in the kindness, you will kill those with your sword that, are wounded or not going to make it. And I was like, WTF. I'm thinking about kindness, and they give me this image of me and a sword and in my battle gear, and that I'm like, okay, you ain't going to make it. I'm going to be kind and kill you now. I'm not going to let you suffer. And I was like, wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not the kind of person that thinks about going around stabbing people. Hey, David Castle, how are you? But but to the point that you brought up swords, and that was a thought earlier today, and I was like, now where in the hell did that thought come from? I mean, like, what? But to the point of being strong, and I've got my zombie killers. I don't really have a sword, but I do have my zombie killers. And don't mess with me. I'll hurt you. Backstage Soul Tribe, not in the chat. We love you. Thank you for my Christmas greeting, David. Um, the early morning Christmas card thingy, Christmas card card readings that I did wore me slap out. I was out most of Christmas Day. I mean, just tuckered out, did not wake up. I think I watched part of a football game. I'm not sure. Uh, but as far as actually doing anything or going out and being active on Christmas Day, nah, nope. I was out. Several people called on my phone. I missed my phone call from my my relatives up in Ohio, but I I just didn't wake up. I wasn't waking up. I tried, but it wasn't working. So, oh, what the other morning? Yeah, there was magic in the air. I would say that. Anytime I get that kind of connection with my spirit guides, and they're like, okay, everybody, here we go. Um, and the fact that I hadn't really planned it, but did it anyway, and it seemed to work out. But uh, I got a big kick. It was a big hoot to me, because I kept saying, free card readings, right? I don't ever charge, but I kept laughing about that. I've laughed about it, what day is today? Tuesday, Monday. Um, I guess it was Sunday. It was the day after Christmas that I have purchased 8 bags of cement. Right at, let's see, one, two, three, four, about 450 pounds worth of cement. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Um, but I poured 450 pounds of cement the other day by myself, but with my new cement mixer, and I have made great progress. Okay, so that was sort of the day after Christmas, and I bring that up because that was my Christmas present to me. Folks are like, "What? You poured concrete?" Yeah, because I want that dead gum porch built. I want it done. I want that mess in my yard gone. It's been there for several years now. And my Christmas present, it was like, yeah. And if I'd have had a couple more bags of cement, I would have mixed them too, let me tell you. But yesterday, it was all I could do to even stand up to walk. I was like, holy crap. Be it getting, 69 and a quarter is just like, son of you know, oh my God, I hurt so bad. I hurt in places I forgot I even had. But concrete set very well. There's only one kitty paw print in any of it, but um, yeah. But here's I know, Chloe, but here's the thing: when I'm up and alert, like I'd mixed like 4 bags, which was supposed to be my limit, and I looked at it and I said, I got 4 more bags that are 60 pounders, which was heavier. I got 4 more pounds. That's another 200 and, X plus 2, 10, 20, 30, 40, 240. So I got this extra, but it's running. I got the water there. I got everything like, wait a minute. So I just jumped on in there and asked the creator, I said, help me work another hour and pour these other 4 bags. And, sweet Jesus, give me the strength because I was already hurting after the first 4. But I got it poured. It looks really well, and I'm that much further down the road with my project. Thank you. So I got to go into town and pick up, hopefully, another new part for my truck, and maybe this one will work. And I got to go by the county office and turn in a thing to the county. And while I'm in town, I'm going to get me some more bags of cement. Hey, Lady Court, how are you? But that's just kind of sort of what did I do over the holidays? That's what I did. And today I was out there trying to dig out the 2x4s and 2x6s that I use for my form boards. And those are a pain to dig out. There's still a 2x4 down there, and I can't leave it. I just can't leave it down there. It's a foot and a half down in the dirt, but I got to dig it out, and it's going to be I've got broken knuckle bones and stuff. But anyway, so but with all that said, though, during my time of working in pouring cement and all, my thoughts have been with y'all. And that somebody said, "Well, why didn't you do something?" So if you ask me, "How was your Christmas?" and I say, "Well, I was asleep the whole day," but that doesn't count what I did for all them hours Christmas Eve into early Christmas Day. So I wasn't asleep all day, and I did do something. I did participate. It just wasn't when everybody else was doing it. But so somebody asked me the other day, "Well, didn't that depress you?" And I said, "No." Well, and my God bless my neighbors. They're so good. And if you ever watch this, my neighbors, they all had a big Christmas dinner, and they brought me Christmas dinner by on their way to deliver food to her brother. And they just stopped by, drove down. And I was in the kitchen thinking about what was I going to cook, and only having one eye open kind of thing, and not really participating well Christmas Day. Brought me these 2 great big plates of food. So I was like, well. I'll just eat me some and go back to sleep, which is what happened. But anyway, it'd be, yeah, I did have pizza, Christmas Eve, stopped by Pizza Hut, and I had pizza the next morning too. I like cold pizza. But anyway, so yeah, veggie lovers with extra cheese and pineapple. And Duggar, he started to eat some of the pizza, and he spit out he spit out the onion, then he spit out the so there are lots of little pieces of veggies on the floor. I pulled the magician card a couple of weeks ago. It's time. You got sick of eating ham. I didn't have any. Well, we had pork chops today, but that was something that I went to the store and got. And I got to say, I picked these pork chops out. I don't eat pork much. But at the local store, they have 5 items for 20 bucks. And so I usually get 5 different types of meats or whatever. And they had some T-bone steaks. Oh my God, they're beautiful. But they only had 4 of them. And so to make up the 20 bucks, they had a really nice pack of um, pork chops, um, pork steak. They not really a pork chop in the pork chop kind of bone kind of thing. A little, but anyway, still like a pork chop. When I cut meat when I was in jail, we had those ends and pieces that we used to cook for us in the kitchen all the time. But anyway, um, but Duggar had some really good bones and some fat and pieces, and stuff like that. And it's like he really enjoyed himself. I'm so serious. I feel this in my soul. Yeah, and I did something interesting this time. I really like teriyaki sauce, and I really like Worcestershire sauce. Sometimes I use just a little layer of barbecue sauce, but and I really like garlic, and I use this minced garlic that comes in a bottle from the Dollar General, and it's $1 for a bottle. It's crushed and it's got juice. Man, I smear them things with garlic, and so I had an empty bottle of mustard, the hot spicy mustard, the Gulden's kind. And I just put a little bit of water in it and shake it up to get all the mustard out, right? And I've used those. I've reused the mustard bottles, cleaned them out, and used them for different things. But anyway, so I was rinsing this one out, and I looked at it, and I said, you know what? And I've sprayed those pork chops with that runny mustard sauce, right? And just smothered them pork chops in that thing, and cooked it with that garlic. Oh my God. That the mustard on the oh my God. It was really good, We've been snacking on it all day long, but oh my God. So just to get rid of that mustard, I was like, let's see how this tastes. Oh my God, it's great. But if you ever try the mustard thing, thin it down, unless you really like mustard like I do, but still thin it down. Just don't put the pure mustard on it, but spread it out because it was almost overpowering, but I just squirted it on there, but it was still good enough to eat. It wasn't like I was going to throw it out. And Duggar was in there like, you got some more of this? You got some more of this? So, but anyway, so going into this next year, um, I think most of us agree that many things have come about looking into herbs as I feel more at home there. Lady Court, you're not alone. We're all in this, you know. Uh, just remember, we're all in this. Was out in the yard walking around today, and thinking I need to do a live stream from out in my yard because at this time of year, every year there are different kinds of plants and grasses that come up. The daffodils and stuff are blooming, and this is coming up, and my garlic's coming up, and there's all these different things that are coming up this time of year down here, and what I call the broadleaves. And so walk around the yard, and I think there's a type of lettuce, a type of dock, a kind of this, So I need to get out my book, but it's coming up by itself. It comes up every year, different places in the field, over down this way, out here in the yard. Don't have to plant it, but every year it comes up. And so when it's time for grass to grow, they're not there anymore. They literally cycle out and are dormant through the summer. And then around this time, November, it kind of started a couple of weeks ago. There's all these broadleaves that are all over the yard and down over here and this and that, where all the leaves are off the trees and all the other plants are going dormant. The grasses have stopped growing, but all these other stuff are multiplying. There's other types of grasses that are like green as hell. I got four, or maybe five tomato plants right out here I keep talking about, and they're growing like hell. I had to water them today because we haven't gotten enough rain, but because the tops of one was wilting. It's almost the 1st of January. I have tomatoes growing outside that are budding with flowers. It's like, what? It's strange times that, you know, in the swamp, but whatever it is, we just have to take it with a grain of salt. But anyway, so there are all these things and edibles that are in my yard at the moment. I did make pine needle tea. Lady Court, I guess you know how to. I took a melatonin. Okay, Isby. Yeah, be safe. No, he didn't know I was going to do a live stream. That's what he's all manning about. But anyway, so the different types of plants that are like it's their season. Because down here, people are planting broccoli and Colquitt County it grows tons and tons of cabbage. And I have been a part of that years ago when I was working and greens and broccoli and the farmers down here right now. There's all kinds of greens in different fields and stuff that had corn in it or something earlier this year or whatever. That they're now got all kinds of greens and kale and broccoli and I haven't seen any cauliflower. But a lot of green type greens, like as in collards and turnips, kind of greens and mustards. They grow extremely well this time of year. So and cabbage also. So Isby, if we hear you snoring, it's okay. We'll just turn down your volumes. Hey, Miss Pearl, how are you? I was thinking about you earlier today, and at the moment, I can't remember what it was about. It wasn't bad. But you were on my mind. Just so hope you're doing well. So, in my thinking the last couple of days on the word kindness and what it means, and then tonight, I read the squirrel card for on Soul Tribe, and it was interesting. And I want to get this out because there was a couple of words and phrases, sentences with squirrel that I found like right on the money. It's like, what would I want to say spiritually in that shaman realm that would say, okay, well, here we are at the end of the year. So we're going to leave all our fears behind us, and we're going to look forward to the new year. And the new year for the Chinese is, it's the year of the tiger. It's the eye of the tiger. So very strong, very different from the rat and other types of critters on that zodiac sign. But so squirrel was the card that I pulled for all of us. I just happened to be on Milky Way at the time. And squirrel is gathering. Um, the gathering power of squirrel medicine is a great gift. It teaches you how to gather and store your energy for times of need. It teaches you to reserve something for future use, whether it be a judgment, an opinion, a savings account, candles, or extra food. To put it in a nutshell, squirrel is the Boy Scout of the animal kingdom. Always be prepared. In today's world of changing times and fortune, it is the wise person who prepares for the future. Our prophecies have all spoken of the end of the millennium and the changes to come. Well, here we are, right? Squirrel is a friendly medicine to have in light of possible future rainy days. Its message is to be prepared, but not to go nuts. Love yourself enough to gather the goods that will meet your needs in times of scarcity, even if that time never comes. If squirrel is scurried into your cards today, it may be that you are being told to honor your future by readying yourself for change. The message could be to lighten your load if you have gathered too many things that do not serve you. These things can include thoughts, worries, pressures, stresses, fears, or gadgets that have been broken for years. In understanding the balance involved in gathering, you need to look at the idea of circulating the stock that you have gathered. Squirrel has another lesson which can aid you if you observe what is obvious and which can prepare you for anything. This is important, and which can prepare you for anything. It has to do with the safe place in which to put your gatherings. This safe place is an untroubled heart and mind. And that which is gathered to put in this place is wisdom and caring and kindness. The energies gathered will set your mind and heart free so that you will know that all will be taken care of in its own time. Apply this to your future and your future fears about the future, and they will vanish. Oh, yes, they nest. They nest in the summertime too. Yep, all kind of squirrel nests, and you can really see squirrel nests now this time of year, especially down here, because there'll be a big clump of leaves and stuff up in a tree, and there ain't no leaves on the tree. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, they've been picking on me here lately. We haven't had any issues, but hey. So, but anyway, in reading this about squirrel and you think gathering, well, but here's the thing, the message could be to lighten your load. Now, I've talked about this before. And that as we leave this year, let's just, if something has bothered you or whatever, I even discussed it one night or morning or whatever it is, that, forgiveness, uh, whether we like the person or not, if they've done us harm, we need to go into the next year without carrying a bunch of crap with us. We really don't. So forgive people and be honest about it. You don't have to like them, but you can forgive them. Okay. Well, what do you mean? Well, Hitler was a crazy SOB, but I can forgive him because I really think he was mad. Okay. And in his madness, he thought what he was doing was correct, right? Anyway, but even in madness, so that's a really bad example, and that's a huge extreme. But to the point, I just hope he's serving his time in hell. But anyway, but hopefully nobody's as bad as Hitler in our lives. But we can think that way. Now, so if we forgive ourselves for being stupid or an ignoramus or, being, gaining 10 pounds or 20 pounds or, or maybe not gaining weight or, not taking care of ourselves or we can make ourselves guilty. I have done this, right? We can make ourselves guilty and carry that with us. Nah, I ain't taking any guilt with me either. Okay. If whatever's happened up to this point, I've asked for forgiveness, I've begged people for forgiveness. If if they haven't accepted it up to now, I just ain't worrying about it no more. Just ain't taking it, right? If I forgave them, asked for forgiveness, whatever, so whatever it is, um, we can't take it with us. So in pulling the squirrel card tonight in the gathering, so that we may be being told to honor, big word, to honor your future, my future, our future, okay? But to honor our future by readying ourselves. Now, what does that mean? Well, to some folks, like who was it said something? Um, was it you, Lady Court? Something about sewing, whatever. Anyway, to learn a new thing, plants, herbs, whatever, but look forward to it. And don't take no for an answer. If that's what you want to learn to do, then learn it. Um, but if there are things that do not serve you, leave them in this year. Don't drag them with you. If it's a bad feeling or, well, I tried this and it didn't work. Well, okay, if it's not really important or well, you wanted to learn bobsledding, for example. Well, we don't get snow down here in South Georgia, so maybe if I really want to learn that ain't going to work for me. So let me pick something else. Okay, I will keep bobsledding in mind, but maybe finding a river with a little bit of rapids and going with in my canoe or in kayak or something. Okay, but anyway, hey, that way, how you doing? Happy New Year back at you. So, and Chloe, when you say our energies merge in the presence of the essence, our energy is always in the presence of the essence. Just want to point that out. It's all around us. We're swimming in the stuff. We don't have to go anywhere to like be in the presence of the essence. All you have to do is just accept it. Yep. Some people go looking for it. Hey, Tracy B. Now, here's the thing. Other people, you know, I worked for a guy that we put up metal buildings and steel, wooden metal buildings, farm tractor, big shed stuff. Anyway, back in the day, then he would look at me and he goes, Dave, he said, life would be great if it wasn't for the OPs. And I said, what's OPs? Other people's. And what do you mean? Well, you plan this and then some other person like the owner, you call them. This is for an example. We're putting up a building. Well, be there Monday morning. Okay, we're there Monday morning. Well, he's supposed to have this done, that done, this done, that done, right? So we're there ready to do our job, but he ain't done what he's supposed to do. So he called us on the phone on Sunday. He said, yeah, come on up. We got everything ready. He didn't, right? So it's other people that will put you behind. It's other people's stuff that can mess with your future, right? That you cannot see coming and can't see coming because sometimes they just literally come out of a side street and T-bone your car. Yeah, we're going to make so. But here's the thing: what I found about the squirrel tonight is that regardless of what happens, we're going to be prepared and have faith in the knowledge that we have. Now, some folks are like, well, we're going to all be eaten out of the woods. We're all going to be, but okay, there's nothing wrong with you doing that. Okay. There's nothing wrong with increasing your knowledge base. You want to buy something, buy some books. I got 3 books over here. One's on North American birds and stuff. One's on North American mushrooms, and the other one's on North American rocks and minerals and that kind of thing, right? And I have other books with medicinals and so forth. But so um, the 5 human senses. We actually have 6, but well, while in the flesh and on this earth. Oh, that's flesh. I don't have my glasses on. So, but anyway, we're swimming in the quantum goo always, right? And as a shaman in training, that was one of the things that they showed me was that I always thought I had to, have 2 hours of meditation. I had to burn a great big stick of sage. I had to drum and flute and do all these ceremonies to like get in touch. And they let me do that all the time for quite a few years. And oh, the only way I could really, and then one day it was like, psst, Hawkeye. Yeah. Who is that? It's us. Yeah. Uh, well, what you doing? Well, we're having a chat with you. Okay. No shit. Yeah. And did you drum? No. Did you light any sage? No. But here we are. Oh, holy crap. When did this happen? You know what I mean? So where it took great effort on my part, it seemed, because I was making it difficult. I figured the only way I could contact my spirit guides was to do all these ceremonies and all these rituals and stuff. And they were sitting up there laughing their ass off at me, going, are you going to learn this lesson there, Hawkeye? You know, are you paying attention at all? And like I said, at some point, I was just like, wait a minute. Now, don't get me wrong. There's still time for sage and all these things, but there are times when I just know the phone's open. I got an open circuit. Now there are times when down here for me, my mind is occupied with other things, but they still get a message through if they need to. All right. So the idea of being the shaman in training, which I still am, and for folks out there who are like that are God, I can't stress enough how many years I overdid it trying to meditate, trying to connect, to trying to, when it's what you have to do is just sit quietly and just let it happen. Just know that you're already a part of it. You don't have to go seeking it. You don't have to. Now, I pulled the grouse card, which is um, I might have pulled it for Delaney the other night. Um, a Hamperette in my garage. I'll smoke one with you. I only took one hit, so I'll do it again. You know, it's been 50 minutes and 19 seconds. 15 minutes and 20 seconds. So there we go. That's a good excuse. Like, for example, when I was being that bow your head, kneel on the ground, and do penance Catholic thing, I they drum it into you that no one is worthy to talk to God. No one is worthy. Okay. We're born with sin. We're sinful people. Everything we do is a sin in the eyes of God. Shame on us humans. And we must beat ourselves and do penance and do all these things and suffer for our sins. So to me, as a Catholic, I saw no hope. you know, it's like, man, you know, they've already kicked me out of heaven and I'm not even dead yet. And this is as a teenager and as a young man, right? Talking with Sister Helene. But in these conversations and stuff, that's why she said go study Buddhism, because that's what Jesus did. I've learned more about enlightenment, you know, the other senses. And as I've talked about before, and this ain't a video for it, but you know, I've worked with blind people over the years, and handicapped, uh, mentally handicapped individuals that are blind, which even complicates it even more. The situation of learning and teaching and that kind of thing. But anyway, but put my brain in it takes a different spin to get into that the way I did. And so anyway, the third eye, how to get around the house with your eyes closed, in the dark, unless somebody moves a piece of furniture on you. And no, I won't do any Helen Keller jokes, but anyway, but no, I'm not going to do Helen Keller jokes. No, no, I got like five of them just running in my head right now. No, I'm not going to do it. But the idea, though, that they really come on, just one, stop it, will you? Uh, I'm fire in the hole. Yeah. What's funny? Helen Keller jokes. Haven't felt like this in a whole minute. Well, give us another minute. Or a minute and a half, is the old joke. And um, yeah, I got a million of them. No, that was somebody else. Um, anyway, Groucho Marx. Um, had there was why don't you leave? If you leave in a huff, better than that, leave in a minute and a huff. Anyway, it was a great joke back then. But anyway, but our fears and how we do this. So one of the things that has been shown to me, and I keep trying to share it with you and having these discussions, and that about the future is like, so we can't plan for everything because other people just get in the damn way. Hey, Mossy man, how you doing? So you say, well, I got this covered. All right. Well, I got this covered, but it rained the other day. So what I was going to do that day, it rained. So I can't mix cement in a pouring rain. So other things get in my future plans. It doesn't mean that my future plans are, quote, washed out because it rained, but it was for that moment. So we have to adapt. So I went, well, let's see. It's gonna, after the rain, it's got to blah. And so, okay, so on Sunday I can mix concrete, which is what I did. So I still did, and I still created my future. It was just because of other things, other incidents, rain, you know, that I had to, cancel my plans. Oh my God, I had to cancel. Yeah, but then I resurrected them because in my future, mixing the concrete and finishing the floor is in my future, you see. So how you look at it, oh my God, it rained the other day, no, won't get it done. I used to be that way. So there are folks, we can't look at it that way. We go, well, it's raining today. Maybe God wanted me to sit down and just do something else. Maybe there's something I need to learn. Maybe I should read a book. Maybe I should get my book out on herbs and plants or mushrooms or whatever, right? So we take these things as a teaching moment. What? Yeah, because we have to adapt to whatever the situation is. So it rained the other day. I really wouldn't have been. So I had to adapt and go, well, not today, right? So is it the top of the hour? Should be right at it, right? Yes. It is 101 a.m. on Eastern Seaboard and also in Southwest Georgia. You're riding with Hawkeye Two Feathers and Company. We got Michelle and Mossy Man and Chloe, and Michelle and Mossy Man and Chloe, and that way. Which way? I don't know, but it's that way. Hanging out with us this morning, oh, David Castle, who loves playing in the sand. As in sand castles, never mind. Bad joke, early morning, and anyway, it's 101. Yeah, it still is 101, actually. But yeah, good morning, everybody. So, taking kindness in the future, if we just think about, I'm going to be kind to myself. Well, and being a little egotistical. Well, wait a minute. Let's put this in some kind of order. I'm going to be kind to myself, and I'm going to leave my worries and fears behind. Oh, so well, I'm good. Well, I'm going to be kind, but. Um. Oh, Barry's in the house. I missed you. I'm sorry. I know you feel me here. I'd rather not bail you, but anyway. Uh, wink, wink, nod, nod. But this thing about pulling up the squirrel today, and the idea, though, that the gathering, we have to get the whatever doesn't belong in our heart or in our mind, honestly. And I can't tell you what's good or bad in you. Oh, we got another one, right? Ming dang, blah, blah, blah. Go away, please. Go someplace else. We don't want it. Ain't gonna help you a bit. Go someplace else. But so if we take any of this with us into the future, it will be unacceptable to us. Each one of us, if we carry that step into the future, and I know this for myself, if you don't make up your own mind and be truthful with yourself, honest, and honor your own feelings, and go, I'm not going to be afraid of this next year in a couple of days, right? Oh, well, it's the first. Okay. Well, now can be the first day of the rest of your life, right? So we can make these decisions. January the 1st is just a date, okay? It's just a mark on the calendar that everybody goes, ooh, new year, okay? But our new year starts with our thoughts. At any time, it's a new year because when we choose to leave the chaos out, when we choose to chase the fear out, when we choose to stand strong, and was it Susie? I think, um, or Chloe. Anyway, I think it's Susie. That way is that way. Gotcha. I love it. But I got my sword and shield, and I'm not looking for a fight, but I'm prepared. You know, so if we carry any kind of apprehensions in our heart or in our mind, squirrel messages today, then you ain't going to have any room for anything new. So if the universe, or if these cosmic waves that are supposed to be heading our way in the next 2 months or whatever, doesn't matter, because our future is still, so we're going to be heading into the future every second we're here, right? Whoops, wait, there's another future event. Well, hey, whoop, there went another one. Wait, we're in a future event. Oh, damn it. Now it just went past. Hey, Johan, how are you doing? And it's good to see you too, honestly. Yeah, Susie. Yeah, it was you. Okay. See, I do remember some stuff, but sometimes it goes fast and I can't remember who. But anyway, but yeah, good. So it's 1:05. So we got 15 minutes. I'm not going to wait. Y'all join me if you want. Um so the focus on kindness the last couple of days, as far as what they wanted me to like study on. Kindness comes in many shapes and dare I say levels, or like you show kindness to a neighbor, or like them good folks that brought me Christmas dinner the other day. Yum yum, I love you all, and I told them so. um so the kindness that other people share, right, and or don't share, you know but here's the thing: if someone is not a kind person, or they don't show any kind of kindness, we have a tendency to like go, that person's a some bitch. Ain't a bit of kindness in them. That may be true, but we can't make those kind of judgment calls. We have to pray for those folks, right? That they will find kindness, because if we condemn them for what we see as a lack of kindness, then we kind of sort of become the enemy. We don't want that. So, with kindness in our heart, when other people aren't being kind, we need to maintain our kindness and maybe push it a little more and go, that person just doesn't understand. And I'm going to shove out a little bit of extra kindness to kind of compensate for this person's inability to show kindness. Now, kindness, not just other people, but kindness in their thoughts. Well, I hate that son of a bitch. I'm that, somebody to shoot that. Okay. So there's the kindness in our thoughts that absolutely are going into the quantum, right? All the time. And so, with all these folks that are preaching the apocalypse some more, oh Lordy, have mercy. I'm praying for these folks, and I know that in their hearts they believe that they're right because they have their faith in the Bible. But what people have to have is faith in themselves. if you don't have faith in yourself that you are a spiritual being, then I don't care if you're a Catholic or a Buddhist or a Muslim or whoever you are, you ain't going to get it. You're just not. No book is going to save you if you don't have faith in your heart. So if you have faith in your heart and you have kindness, and man, it's like, well, I don't let it go over there. I don't like it very good, Um, cherry blossom. I'm past hate. I use logic. Bossy man, I have to deal with my 88 and some other things, but overcome. Yes, I have suffered with ADHD myself. I used to take Ritalin. I was on all them kind of things. I get it, Mossy man. I really do. And kind of sort of, obsessive compulsive behavior. I went through a period of time when I was very obsessive about certain things. I mean, it was nuts. But Mossy man, and if you've been around, my channel long enough, and you and I have talked personally as well. But in this understanding of the world, there are so many things that I have overcome simply by strength of will. And there are people, well, you're some kind of, no, I ain't. There ain't nothing special about me. You know what's special about me is that I don't give up. I can't, for whatever reason, I can't give up, right? And I'm a fighter. I got to be here, whatever the reason is, and and that's it, you know. Um, but it's true, if we carry any kind of malice or hatred in our heart, then our heart is filled with hatred and malice. It's not filled with kindness and hope and love. Well, yes, I have love for everybody. Yeah, but, and I'm not talking about any of you, but, the people, well, I love my, but then they sit there and talk about old Uncle Joe, and, he was at the Christmas party the other night. I hate when he comes over. His feet smell and and upsets the kid. Would you shut up? But I have love in my heart. No, you don't. You have contempt for this person. Well, I love him and we put up with him. You hate this son bitch. Shut up. Be honest and truthful with yourself. This guy disgusts you. But at the same time, well, I love him. No, you don't. Then if you love him, then quit. You say, old Uncle Joe, he's got some quirks, but God love him, good to see him every year, despite his smelly feet, despite his farts and burping. It's good to see Uncle Joe once a year. Glad he's still around to fart and make the grandkids laugh. Okay. But then the contemptuousness of people. So folks will say, well, I have love in my heart. And then I hear them bitching. And I go, no, you don't. Well, yes, I do. No, you don't. Be honest. Well, but this person or that person, and yeah, but you're still picking on Uncle Joe. Get over it. Drop it. Don't invite him next year. Well, it's traditional. We got to. Well, then shut up. you know. So, but anyway, but these same folks are trying to preach how loving and giving they are. And then they're doing the in the background. Sorry, folks. Then you've got just as much, whatever that is, and it ain't love. And that's what's in your heart. And that's what you're putting out. But the Hawkeye, but no buts about it. You got to sit down and have a chat with yourself. I am not going to judge you with what you do, but if you're going to talk bad about somebody, even to their face, but you say, well, I love you and I love all my, no, you don't. Stop it. You say, I love most of my family. Well, I love all my family. No, you hate Uncle Joe. Now stop it. You need to reconcile something in your heart for whatever this person triggers in you to generate that darkness that comes right out of your heart because you really don't like this person, right? So people need to take stock of their own emotions. They need to take stock of, well, I really love that. I give my, do you really? I'm just saying. On the phone gossip about who you saw at the party and something 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 and their behavior and whatever, and it ain't none yous. You know what I mean? It ain't none yous. It ain't none yous business. And you're talking about, oh, but I have kindness and love in my heart. Then why are you doing this backstabbing and behind people's back and then what? So if you've got this going on at all, that's what's in your heart. So in the future of things, how can you accept more grace and gratitude and love from the universe into your heart if you got all this trash in there? And I ain't the one that can, that can empty that trash for you, you know. But there are people that, I listen in chat rooms and different folks, and I go, man, you're talking a good line, but you ain't walking it. And I'm not judging, but you are stating the obvious simply by your actions. So I'm not judging you in that whether it's good or bad, but I go, well, I think this person has a few lessons to learn, you know, and leave it at that. You know, I hope this person finds honor in their heart, and I hope this person, where I would just cuss them like a fool, can't do that anymore. So, whatever malice or fears or whatever has occupied my heart in the past, I can honestly say that this year is totally different, right? I've been cleaning house in that respect. And if there's somebody that has done me wrong or whatever, and there've been a few people. Um, I can't, you know, send any negative or nothing like that. Nope, ain't gonna do it. I've tried my best, and way back a year or so ago, I was talking about some things, but over it, done with it. I'm still dealing with things left over from that 2 years ago. But there is no malice, there is no hatred. I've forgiven myself for the thoughts that I had and bad words that wanted to, you know, and no. So that's all gone this year. Even though, like I said, there are things I still have to deal with physically, but that's okay. I've resigned to it. Like, well, we'll take care of this, and well, if it hadn't rained, and well, okay. Um, well, if I hadn't spent all this time mixing concrete, there'd be a lot of other stuff done around my house. You know what I mean? But anyway, higher source will love. Well, at least I hope so. Let's see. And when they say you answer only to God, you might want to look in the mirror and know the God that's looking back at, and you definitely will be one God your answer to. Some people are just plain jealous. Absolutely. And and the jealousy bounces right back on them. It's sort of like a curse. And there, a ways back, there was, discussions about curses, and that a person who puts a curse on someone, that curse also curses them and their generations. So we had to be careful of that mess. Well, Granny, 2 generations, 3 generations ago, cursed, this family or whatever, and put a hex on them and whatever. And but that mess, you know, I didn't do it, but Granny did. So, but I'm the one that's suffering. So those kinds of things are kind of sort of real, okay? Because it's the interaction with the quantum. Someone's spirit or magic or whatever was so powerful that they would curse another family or curse another person and their offspring or whatever. They are cursing themselves because of the yin and the yang and the back and the forth. And so, but so we may not be cursing other people. We may be cursing ourselves in that we don't have honor or the true faith in ourselves. And it's very simple for me. I've been in so many dang situations, I've talked about this, but that okay, it's not like I want to pick a fight with the spirits, but okay, I've already been hit with all these other drownings and heat exhaust, all these other things. I'm still here. Okay, I ain't dead yet, right? So, but here's the thing. So I just know that whatever comes up, I'll just face it the best way I can. And I've got enough crap around my house and stuff that I've got solar panels and batteries, but it's not just that. It's that is your mind prepared for anything that might happen? Well, I don't know what anything might be, but I have enough knowledge and confidence in my own self because I have been, I've put myself in survival situations just to see if I could do it. And then there were times I was put in survival situations I had not intended. But, the training is some good training because it gives you the confidence that no matter what it is, you'll figure it out, you know. So in a couple of days, we're going to be officially into the new year. Just start thinking now, no matter what comes at us, we'll figure it out. And have faith in that. Don't care. Tornadoes, whatever, don't care. Whatever it is, you can talk to God or whatever you want, or put your faith in whatever. It's okay. But the bottom line is you got to have faith in yourself, you know. I don't know what, but you know what? It's an adventure. I don't know what's around the next corner in the river, but that's why I'm here. Why do you get on the river? Well, to see what's around the next bend. Why do you think? Samuel Clemens, that wrote Mark Twain. Mark Twain and the Riverboat Captain and the Mississippi and what's around the next bend. It's just something that's in some of us, right? Quantums and the multiverse. But here's the thing: science is trying to overcomplicate the spirit realm by terms like I'm not. This is not a dig, Mossy Man. But the quantums and the multiverse, I understand it, I get it. But these folks that are talking about the multiverse, well, if you understand the simpleness of that all things are possible in the universe, in the great mystery of the universe, in the great divine of all things, then you accept the multiverse because anything's possible, period. Well, the multiverse and the this and the that and the quantum, okay. But that's science's way of folks, and I'm not putting it down. Do not misunderstand me, please. But there are folks who in my hanging around the native folks, they just understand it. You can call it the multiverse and all these other things. Well, they understand there are different dimensions. They understand that there's a spirit world. They understand that there's these. Ain't that the multiverse? Yeah. They can look at it in the sky and go, our ancestors came from that star right there. So they understand things on a ground level that most folks have to turn to science to even try to comprehend when it's just like really simple. You just accept and receive it. I've been so I'm not trying to I've listened to Alfred Levermont Weber and other folks, and uh, what you call it, Eisenhower lady, and other folks, So I'm with them on that, and I understand what they're coming from. But here's the thing: if you don't understand certain basics, then you can really get lost in the verbiage that they use with the multiverse and the this. Well, is it the multiverse, or is it the this, or is it the that, or is it the thing, and then da 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 da, and it's confusing. Okay, and they're trying to understand it, but in their trying to understand it, and I used to do this, they overcomplicate it. And so I still listen. I know, I understand what they're talking about. But for folks who are just trying to get into this, it's three sciences to the left, Tennessee River and the mountain man. Yeah, I was up on the Tennessee River earlier this year. Have you ever heard of Wolf Cry to the Noonborn Moon? Yes. Well, it might not have been a wolf, but it was at least a coyote. Okay. Yeah, you are the wind beneath my wings. Yep. Once you've been outside, all the science does not explain anything. Or the feelings that you have. How high can a sycamore grow? If you cut it down, you'll never know. Thank you. String theory. Yep. And I believe in the electric universe kind of thing too, Mossy Man. But here's the thing: in trying to understand the science of these things, and I have talked with some very smart Native Americans. I mean, they had PhDs and stuff. These folks could have a conversation. And in my learning about this from the elders, they were my elders at the time. They were like, yeah, we can talk about the multiverse and all this quantum stuff, but if you just will just have faith in the great mystery, you know, the great spirit is always, the source is always, the divine energy is always there. All we need to do is just tap into it. Believe it. That's the biggest thing. You have to believe it 100.1%. Otherwise, the rest of it is just, yeah, you're just talking. For those of you that have been around me a while, you know that I went through that period. So, um, Mossy Man, me too. But here's the thing: I got caught up in years ago in the science of it all, and I lost my spirituality. Wait, what? I did. I went so far into the science that I missed the spirit part. It went yum, right over my head. Why? Because I was so intent on being a mechanic and an engineer. This is where my brain goes always. But my lesson from the universe, from the great mystery, was that all you need to do is just shut up and listen. That was to me. And I was like, well, what about the quantum and the multiverse? Yes, all that exists. So, but the multiverse and the this and the different, so yeah, so, and what does it mean to you, Dave? Well, but what does it mean to you, Dave? And I was like, do you feel any more connected to the universe because you've heard about the quantum and the fields and the nanos and the distance and the particles? Do you feel any closer to the great spirit, Dave? And I went, oh shit, no. Because in all the science of it, they there are those who will throw this spiritualness of it in. But in all of that understanding, if you don't start with kind of sort of a spiritualness to it, that we are a part of this great mystery of the universe, not just the planet, but of the universe. Go outside and look up, And native folks just, they like, yeah, well, the multiverse into this, yeah, so what? Well, there are entities that live on different dimensions. Yeah, okay. We understand. Yeah, go on. And but the multiverse and the thing and the and and so how do you feel then about the divine? But the multiverse and the thing, and there's so many. Yeah, calm down. Let's bring this back from the science. See, that's what they did to me. Bring this back from the science, Dave, and think like Hawkeye. And I went, oh, it's all very interesting. It is very informative and all that, but it doesn't get you any closer to being spiritual. What? Oh, explain it on different dimensions in the multiverse. Yes, so. Oh, and timelines and this and that. Okay. Well, I'm kind of stuck in my timeline because I'm on this planet. And if there are other entities, now I can affect what I do, which may affect some other people. But like if I had not done a live stream tonight, then you all would not be here and sharing with me. And so that's what I mean by that. A cause and effect. Had I not been here, you all would be doing something else. Uh, and I'd be smoking by myself. Is it time? Oh man, I passed it, didn't I? Okay, let me do. Some plants fall by the wayside and some begin to reproduce. Yeah, and sometimes, Johan, there are plans that fall by the wayside, but you look at it and you go, part of that was good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have started the plans. So there, in that plan that went by, some part of it though was still good. Oh well, I just trashed the whole thing. Yeah, but you learned something. Something came out of that which you trashed. If not, then you ain't paying attention. You know what I mean? Or like for me, I've got used wood that I've taken down from other people, and theater sets and boards and stuff. And somebody, I've got windows that people were taking out of their house and is now in my house, kind of thing. So, um, how we look at our futures is that you know look for opportunities to learn, and the learning in that and my warning about this the multiverse thing, and I still hang out and listen, but it gets so technical it sounds like gobbledygook. Okay, but if you understand that the great mystery includes everything, the multiverse and stuff that the multiverse can't even explain, or the quantum theory can't be explained because it's in the great mystery. But it is a truth. We might not understand it, but if you have honor to yourself, honor to the universe, and a good thought about it, then all of these things just, they are all together, but they're separate. Oh, by the way, for those of you, if you could see the sky tonight, this time of year, I always use Pleiades and Orion as my two constellations to check about Earth wobble. And we've wobbled south, okay, which could account for the 82-degree temperatures we had here in South Georgia today in December, almost January. So, and I say that because 2 nights ago when I was outside, well, me and Doug are always go out in the evening and, and dribble. But look up at the sky and Orion's kind of sort of where it's supposed to be. It's lower in the sky. And like tonight, Orion's like overhead. I mean, like crane my neck, have to look up. Orion's like straight overhead. The only way that could happen is if the Earth has rolled south. Okay. And to put Orion overhead. I mean, last night or two, it was, where it should be, and it kind of went across the sky and kind of set where tonight straight overhead. I was like, holy crap. But anyway, so observations. Is there anything I can do about it? No. But it does make for a fun ride, you know. So 1234. Hey Chloe, some beings get distracted off their yellow brick road. They become enslaved by an experience. Yep. So in my shaman training was to understand the multiverse and to get into the science of it. I love the science of it. Okay, do not get me wrong about that. Please. But they had to separate the science from me and go and take me back and go, it's sort of like, for example, the law of one, do no harm. Well, have put that one law to the test all the time. Well, does this fit? Yep. Does this fit? Yep. It fits the law of one. Yep. Does this? Yep. But this over here, it fits too. Why? Well, because somebody had a negative thought and that's hurtful. So do no harm. You don't want to send negative thoughts or hurt, you don't want to send, oh, okay. So if you're really true to the law of one, really honestly true to it, then you don't need any other laws. You really don't. So, but in the understanding of the great, you understand that in the great mystery, all things are possible. Well, the quantum, and the this and the that, okie dokie, but they're part of it. Okay, but the multiverse in it, yeah, but it's still part of the great mystery. But what is the great mystery? Well, that's just it. There's so much stuff out there that it's still a great mystery, but it's there. Would you agree that spiritually I can feel it? You know, well, what about that? Do you have to have an? No, I had a religious experience. So I had a near death experience. Well, I had, well, I had this feeling. Okay. I had a gut feeling. I had an instinct. All those are spiritual. Couldn't you try to decipher them in quantum mechanics and all that? Okay. But if you just make it more simple, that includes everything, okay, and even more than quantum theory and all this other stuff, it includes even more than that. What? Just accept that it's true. What? That in the great mystery, there's more than we will ever comprehend, no matter how we try to explain it, right? Hey, Katniss, how you doing? So with you go, well, but it doesn't mean that I don't have I shouldn't listen to, Alfred Levermont Weber and other folks, Laura Eisenhower, that's her name, talk about the multiverse and stuff. No. It means that I can listen to them. And no matter how confusing it sounds to me sometimes, which it does, I realize that my belief in the source, the creator, the great mystery, uh that covers it. It does. It's nice to yak about and listen to them chatter about the quantum and the different, yeah, and okay. Oh, and there are so many people that say, well, there's this many dimensions and there's that many dimensions and there's this many dimensions and there's this timeline and that timeline. Well, my timeline, I have to ride along with everybody else on the planet, right? But I choose my timeline. Now, it rained the other day, which changed my timeline. Okay. So this idea, oh, the timelines and the changes and the this and the that and the la 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 la, okie dokie. I have had enough listening to timeline changes. So I went into the great mystery and asked my folks, will y'all show me about this? Holy crap. They took me on a journey that I was like, oh, now you really want to have another conversation about this? And I was like, Oh, but there are entities out there that can change the this and can change the that. Oh, and okay, all things are possible in the great mystery. But there are folks who are putting definitive numbers on things. And I look at them and go, how do you know? Well, there's 12 dimensions. Really? How do you know? Well, I've been into the multiverse. Okay. Well, okay, in my world, 12 dimensions ain't nowhere near enough. There are 12, what they showed me was there were 12 spokes on a wheel, you know, and on this wheel, there were, for each spoke of 12, that the end of it were 12 more, so it's like, so 12 times 12 is what, 144. So they were like, and guess what, that's this dimensional pattern in the universe, sort of like what a galaxy would look like in a way. So here's this galaxy of dimensions, okay, but in that, so in that 144, they branch out and there are subdivisions of the 144, which gives another number of 12. So, and I was like, okay. So I listened to other folks and they go, well, there's this one and there's that, and there's this one and there's that. And there's like, in the great mystery, there's an infinite number of dimensions, and because they're of the probabilities, okay, there is a, a beyond infinite number of timelines, because for every being on that timeline who does something to alter it, change it in their own life, alters the overall timeline. Every person affects the timeline all the time. Oh, well, we fixed this time. It was gold over here. Okay. Well, blah, 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 blah. Okay. But here's the thing, people are getting wrapped up in the mechanics and the discussion of it when they're not listening to the quantum, when they're not really paying attention. They're over obsessed with the mechanics of it and the discussion and the multiverse and the this and the that and the blah, blah, and there's 12 to it, or there's 7 to it, or there's this one and the blah blah blah. And it's like, holy shit. Now, if an alien lands in my yard and says, hey, let's come in here and sit down by this console, I want to show you a few things. I I might absolutely go, oh shit, is that how that works? You mean there's not really 12, there's only 6? Oh, but so unless somebody shows me some information, all this other stuff is speculation on all these brainy people's minds. Well, but I've had visions too, and mine don't correspond with yours, but I'll let you have your opinion. But you've got 200,000 K followers that are convinced you're right, that this is how the dimensions work and in the multiverse. Okay. And I've meditated, and some of my guys upstairs, when I'm listening to some of this stuff, you can hear them just bust out laughing. And I go, what? They're going like, man, that shit ain't true. Like, what? And there are times when they go, Dave, Hawkeye, that's good. Yep, that's a nod. Yep, they're right about that. Yep, that's good. Yep, yep. And it relates like this. But yeah, okay. So I'm listening to Alfred and Laura and whoever else, right? And I'm paying attention, but there are times when they just go, where in the hell they come up with that? That's my folks. Now, personally, I trust my folks. Doesn't matter if I'm coming back or this is the only mic get still live with the time you got. Take the time you got in your hand rather than worry about time in the next. Yep. It's not about what. we're all going to the next. Okay. What we do with kindness in our heart is that helps us to make a better transition. So, um, and helps us with our frequency, and wherever that frequency is, we're supposed to be learning, uh, about life, about experiences. Our soul is trying to like pick up points in a great big, game of Pac-Man, right? And we're going along and yang and yang and yang and yang. We gotta, we gotta hit that cherry. Um, to get the extra points and the bonus, you get it. So, but in this life, so what is it about this life? What is the journey? The journey is life. It's to live it. It's to have fun. It's to be adventurous. It's to, and for me, I chose a lot of years ago to just mope around and be depressed a lot, right? And that was just useless, right? So, and the energy that I felt and the negativity and where I was headed down that road and the thoughts of suicide and dying and all, what? And now, totally changed, right? So I would much rather go into the next life with this feeling going in than the one I had previously of death and destruction and despair and all that. Holy crap. Oh, wow. Yuck. It really doesn't matter how many fingers you have. And some of them have 8, they have tentacles. So, but to that point, Johan. And back in the days of bags of weed, a 4-finger bag was important. I'm just saying. But anyway, yeah. And if you had tiny little hands, but a 4-finger bag, anyway, that's how much weed went in. Nobody weighed anything back in the days. Now it's a gram. Oh, it's a half a gram off. Oh my God. But anyway, so what I would ask of you, dear folks, is to just kindly ask yourself, uh, am I trying to get into the mechanics of this and missing out? What do I mean? Oh, but the quantum and oh, but the this. Okay. Can you explain how that relates to your soul and your spirituality? What do you mean? Well, what does the quantum mean to you and your soul? Well, Hawkeye, I don't understand what that's you're asking about. Well, that's what I'm asking you to ask yourself. Do you know what that means for you? I'm just, I'm not trying to, if you're right or wrong, but there are folks who use phrases and terminologies when they haven't sat down and shut up with their brains and everything and went into the great mystery with that question. Just as well, okay, what does this quantum mean to me? Don't go in with any kind of, well, it means this. Well, if you're going in with, I think it means this, nah, you got to just say, okay, guys, you know, mystery. Here's the question. Now, show me, explain to me, and I can run through my beliefs of what it means to me. And if I run through it and there's a hesitation in whatever my review of the situation is, the spirits will go, nah, that ain't right. Nah, that ain't quite right. And that's really not right. Or they'll go ding, 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 ding. That's right on the nose. So, you know, but folks will be so entwined. Like I said, I am so guilty of this, all right? Or at least I was. I mean, I still like to listen and I still pay attention, but um, when the spirit showed me that, yeah, that's really good. Yeah, well, that's a hypothesis. What? Yeah, it's a theory. What? Well, that's a, where's the proof? Well, we're kind of sort of in it, and it's over here, and yeah, okay. Then let's listen, pay it, keep an eye on it. But I had become so immersed in it, I lost my own spirituality. I lost my connection with spirit world because I was trying to over explain it with science. It's great to, take pictures of orbs and stuff, but to understand that they exist and that, well, but there are orbs around us and they're okay. And they're, okay. See, many of us told you they were here and we're always here and always around us, all around us, there's these orbs. What do you think they're swimming in? Quantum goo. It's all around us, So folks are like missing the simplest point on some of these things. They're not seeing the obvious. Now, like I said, I love talking about the science of this and that and whatever. Please don't get me wrong, but don't stay there. All right, because then you have to ask yourself the honest, and you got to be truthful. All right, I went down this rabbit hole. Now, what am I getting out of it? Well, with quantum is small particles, and okay, and this and there's many different universes in okay. Now what? Well, what do you mean? Now what? Okay, you accept that there are other dimensions and there's a multiverse. Okay, do you need to know exactly how it works? Well, because some of these folks are giving their opinions and their hypotheses and and I got them. So why not talk to the universe and let the universe answer you? Hmm. They might give you a whole new hypothesis. But again, what does this knowledge gain you to your soul and to your spiritual shaman path? What has it done for you? Now, I'm not trying to make any claims or whatever because you have to decide it. Each individual has to decide it. But in the long and the short of it, my grandma Raleigh didn't know squat about none of that. But she understood the spirit and the soul. And her and I used to do the ESP thing long before folks talked about it, right? And uh, she could see things, and when I was with her, she could see into heaven. The couple of days before she died, and I was with her during that time. She didn't understand squat about quantum physics or the multiverse, but she knew her connection to the spirit world. She wasn't a religious person, but she believed in God. But she made a wonderful transition. She glowed. Okay. So what does, and I'm just, you have to ask yourself, what does this information actually net me in the long run? Oh, it's great. It occupies the mind. It expands our awareness. That's all true. And I'm okay. But when you get done with the information, after you've gotten your PhD, which to many people means piled higher and deeper, after you get your PhD in this understanding of stuff, what does it net you? What do you actually gain? Well, I gained the knowledge that there's okay, all right, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're on a spiritual journey, walk the red road and do these things, gaining knowledge is great. But when you get into that multiverse, there's going to be so much more information that this middly piddly science stuff on this planet ain't worth squat. We're going to feel like we're in kindergarten and we're going to have to learn all over again. Yeah, why don't we keep tiptoeing around the truth? Yeah, I'm making claims of I'm not being 100%. But see, I'm still learning. But here's the thing: I'm absolutely in training. My point is that sometimes we can learn great things. So I think Barry said it by just going outside, and just go outside, blue sky, sunshine. What a day to take a walk in the park. Uh, but when you have the smell of the fresh air and the dew in the morning and it's been really foggy these last few mornings down here, but there's something about the fog in the early morning or late at night too, but there's just something about the fog, and it just makes everything look strange. Maybe it's old horror movies or whatever, but anyway. And then as the fog lifts, or descends depending, but when the fog lifts, all the trees and all the plants and everything's still there in the fog. But when the fog lifts, ooh, so they both exist. The color of the sky is blue above the fog. The trees are green, but somehow in the grayness of the fog, none of the true colors come out. But it doesn't mean that the colors don't exist, right? The colors don't go away, they're masked by the fog, okay? So it's a little foggy in here, right? It's not clear. But, the tree's still a tree. The colors are still the colors they are, but when the fog lifts, everything seems to be brighter somehow. There's, moisture on the grass and stuff. Johanna, are you asking me if I ever go outside? I almost live outside, okay? My house is a half step up from being outside. I'm outside all the time. Yeah, 440 pounds, Chloe, of cement on Sunday. Yeah. And I was outside today digging on the foundation and so forth. That me and Duggar have walked all around the property. I'm outside all the time, Johan. Hey, Witch Moon. States of existence explains different states of existence in this realm, but unknown is unknown. Yeah, it's speculation. But here's the thing: can we just say, "I believe it could exist"? Well, but not without understanding it, to all these different degrees. No, wait. The bottom line at the end of the story, after we gain all the knowledge, as an old man myself at 69 and a quarter, yeah, I have to keep that going. But that, how am I any closer to God? Am I any closer to uh, my spirituality? Did all this quantum explanation give me any kindness in my heart? Just what? But to the point though, so there are some basic things that when people get wrapped up in the mechanics of it, lots of things get overlooked, like just the simple stuff. Then share it with us. We'd love to see it. What, my property? Yeah, I've done a couple of things around the house, and now that I've got my cell phone, uh, it just was not conducive to do any kind of. I know it's just a number, and it's my rolling, continuing joke that I'm 69 and a quarter. But anyway, I think he was going to try to get it. Yeah, I am, Chloe. The conditions have just been like for crap. That and the stick that I bought to put my cell phone on to hold it up to do a live stream outside kind of thing, I broke it. So it's like there are two springs laying here on the table, and I'm like, I was holding it on with a rubber band, and so I had to buy the stick to hold the phone, right? And I'm trying to get my pudgy little fingers on the right buttons, and you can't use a stylus because that don't work. But anyway, at least not on this phone. So, and I don't wear my glasses everywhere, so I'm out in the yard, and but now I have to wear my glasses in the yard if I take the cell phone. So it's this learning process of stuff that I don't normally have to worry about. Well, damn it, I'm out in the yard with a cell phone. Oh shit, I forgot my glasses. you know. And then something happens, and then I don't go back out there. And anyway, then the video don't get done because I get wrapped up in something else, or forget, or the phone rings, or anyway. But to the point though, no, I haven't given it up. And it's just been overcast and not really pretty here. Plus, the time that we've got spotty rain in, I had some work that I needed to do on the footer foundation that I had to get done. Like it needed to get done like now, um, and uh, so I could continue. But if it rains, it's really going to mess up my plan. So anyway, so there are certain things. As much as I would like to go walking around the yard and do the video thing, there are other stuff that shows up. My mother's 83. She ain't stopping. Good for her, and I mean that. Well, for me, Johan, this year when my friends were going, damn, Dave, you're almost 70. I was fine when I was 60 ish. But when they said, you're going to be 70 next year, I was like, holy fuck, I'm 70? I never expected to make it this far. you know, Several of my other relatives didn't make it. My grandfather lived to the ripe old age of 67. I passed him by 2 years and going. So, uh, you know, a couple more years, I think my pops was 72 when he passed. So in 2 more years, I will have outlived him. But anyway, how old I was getting didn't really hit me until they started, you're almost 70. And I went, oh, shit. It so now it's just it has been a running joke, but the almost 70 was just, it was just, it clicked in my head different. When I turned 50, when I turned 60, what? Now I'm fixing to turn 70. I know it's just a number and how I feel inside. But that's okay. I can laugh at it and have a good time. I'm going to live as long as I possibly can, or as long as it's worth it. And a good Lord could, snatch me up into a spaceship at any time. My Aunt Shirley down in Florida, she turned 85 this year. She's having some trouble, but she still gets around. But living the years, there are folks who, I'm restricted in a lot of stuff that I'm doing. Although, I still run across the yard, and me and Duggar were out playing ball earlier yesterday and today. I mixed 440 pounds of cement. I lifted it up. I toted it. I carried it. I mixed it. I poured it. I laid it out. I cleaned up. And there are some folks that are, 15 years younger than me that can't do what I did the other day. So I can't do it every day, but when I have a good day, I push it. And that, like, what Sunday, I pushed it. Man, I pushed it. Monday, I couldn't walk. I mean, I could not walk. I hurt so bad yesterday. Holy crap. And all I could do is just like lie still. The back, I had soreness at my occipital region that just, was this close to being a migraine, which I haven't had in a while. But whatever it was, I feel like somebody threw me down a flight of stairs. And I have fallen down my stairs a couple of times, so I know what that feels like. But, you know, and yesterday I was like, oh, holy Jesus, how am I going to feel tomorrow? And I started into this, holy crap, if I feel this bad now, I mean, oh, holy, what, Jesus, am I going to? And I had to stop because I was like, make it simple, Dave. You did a crap load yesterday, bud. You moved 450 pounds worth of cement, not counting all the other stuff you did. You're sore. You're almost 70. Yeah, when you were a young man, you would get sore doing that. Yeah, okay. All right. So I did my best to not project into today, you see, because of how freaking bad I felt yesterday. So, nope, I ain't gonna do it. I'm sore. Well, tomorrow's another day. You know, if I'm sore tomorrow, let's hope it ain't as bad. And I'm still gonna make something out of me and Duggar will go for a walk. Well, that was my mindset yesterday, and that's what's happened today. I felt a little better, still sore, but I went out digging and doing and stuff to prepare because I want to go to town and get some more cement. So, swept out the thing. We did a couple of things over here. We walked it up. We did a little bit of this and a little house cleaning, a little cooking, So I'm up and about where yesterday, that was that, So, but I take the good with the bad. Yesterday was, really high pain day, like a 10. Today, not near as bad, walking around, and loosening back up. So, but I've learned that so you have a bad day, big deal. Get over it, right? Don't carry it into tomorrow. Don't, oh my God, how am I going to do to? I start, every time this happens, humanity, human consciousness, or whatever will automatically question, well, wonder how I'll feel tomorrow. I wonder if going to be this sore. I want, it goes there. And it'll go there on its own. So, but as soon as it goes there for me, I stop it and go, ooh, that's a train wreck. If I go down this path, I'm going to have a train wreck. Do I hurt yesterday? Did I hurt? You betcha. I could not get comfortable. But I said, don't care how bad I feel today. Tomorrow's another day. Just got to get through this one. Much better today. I'm still sore. Don't get me wrong. Still got some pain going on. But I'm just not focusing on it, right? So that's how we create our futures. That's how we manifest what we do, how we go about it. Well, I'm too tired. Well, I'm not in the mood. Well, I'm not okay, and that's all right. But if you fall into that syndrome where it's every day, or that you become a part, and this is, I made myself sick back when applying for Social Security disability. Even though I didn't have to, I was already in the right thing. But because of that weird judge that I had, you know, every 3 months, you have to prove that you're sicker, you know, and that you can't get well and that it'll never get better. And that, and I was on the verge of dying, well, along with a lot of other people that go through the same thing. And it ain't fair. It just isn't fair. But um, what matters in the long run is that, you can do. Now, yesterday, I had to make the decision not to move because my head hurt so bad, my neck and so forth. I had to lie still, period. As much as I hated it, but I want to go do something. I want to go walk. I want to go. No, you got to lay here and hold still because you can't stand up. I mean, I almost fell several times yesterday. I mean, just so got to be careful with that, right? At my age, but but as this, and this is a daily thing for me. I'm not complaining or bitching. I'm just saying I go through this all the time. I'm going through major spinal adjustments, and I better keep going. I got 6.5 weeks to go. Yeah, there's a lot of things. My lower back is so tore up. He starts howling at the moon. I'm a Aspie. What's that, Chloe? But anyway, so pulling the squirrel card tonight was just very interesting in that, and it really does make sense, and it's sort of been the message, and other people have been kind of sending this message out too. So um, that I'm on some other channels and in places that I had not considered, to hear like the right kind of positive energy. And it was on the dark journalist. Oh golly, what's her name? But anyway, she was like, we have to go into this next year and not worry about what these crazy people are going to do. We have to go in with faith. We have to go in with hope, and we have to go in and know that whatever comes up, we can. And I was like, right on, sister. So it's not just us, quote, spiritual type folkses that are having these thoughts of what we need to do for, coming up to this next year. A lot of people talking about, on all these different levels, political and economical and financial, and, and they're talking about, we need to not have fear. We need to, wow, interesting, So there is this common theme this year going into 2022. In my humble opinion, in my observations these last few months, there are more people this year than last year who are saying 2022, we got to go with no fear. We got to go in with, strength. We got to go in with, we have to be because last year we were going through the first year of the flu stuff. We've been through our second year, and folks have had enough on so many levels, right? Despite the new strain, that they're saying, now we are just not going. I ain't taking this crap with me into next year. Good. So a lot of us are feeling this versus oh, I saw some folks earlier. Gloom, despair, and agony on me. Deep, dark depression, excessive misery. If it weren't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Gloom, despair, and agony on me. Remember that song? Hee Haw? Grandpa Jones and whomever, but so, and I really love that, gloom, despair, and agony on me. Whoa! Deep, dark depression, excessive misery. If it weren't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Gloom, despair, and agony on me. Okay, enough. I'm sorry, I'm just got hee haw in the mind at the moment. Put intention. I usually cannot distinguish joke from being serious. Oh, what a shame, Chloe. Honestly. When you put assy down there, did you mean Asperger's? By the way, I have a friend that's like that, and he doesn't know. Buck Owens, thank you very much. But sometimes, they interchange. But anyway, but Buck Owens. Yeah, they still run, reruns of Hee Haw. Yeah, salute. you know, and junior's cars, used cars, and oh yeah, where, oh where are you tonight? Why did you leave me here all alone? I thought I found true love, but you met another, and you was gone. I have a very good friend of mine who just got back to Tallahassee, him and his wife. And John, I know him and his wife will sometimes watch these videos, and and his wife is the Christine is the one who sent me my medicine cards. You see, but anyway, there were times when I would say something. I remember John one time he looked at me and he was, "What do you mean by that?" And I was like, "But John, it means this." What? Well, that doesn't mean that to me. And I was like, calm down. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Whatever it was a simple statement, but his brain could not figure it out. And he sat down with me one time and he goes, Dave, he goes, if you said if you came up to me and said, um, John, my dog of 10 years just died. He said, I will look at you and go, Dave, I'm really sorry about that. And he said, but there is no emotion with it. And I was like, what? And he goes, if you came up and told me that your mother passed away, I would go, oh, okay, I'm sorry about that. My reaction, now this is him talking to me. He said, my reaction would be the same because I don't really get the connection. So your mom dying is on equal terms as your dog dying, or you stubbing your toe. Or now he could understand stubbing his toe because that hurts, but somebody dying and missing them and the thing, their emotion there, he's like, I don't have that. He looked at me and he's a very kind man. Seriously, we worked with children, we did puppets, we did theater. I mean, very kind. So for him to not have that connection, he's still very special in that he has some kind of connection. So, but anyway, um, Junior Sample, thank you. That's who I was. I have too much. have way too much emotions, way more than normal, I believe. Well, whatever it is, he's had it for a long time. But to the point, though, he was kind of sort of clinically, as far as, can we put a name to it? He's an aspie. But anyway, oh, fire in the hole. Okay. Oh, good. All right. Going to be a lot of twos next year. You know what I mean? Just going to be a lot of twos. 2022, 12, 22. Yeah, going to be a lot of twos next year. So the squirrel, excuse me, the squirrel card message tonight really, really got to me. So that's why I'm sharing this with kindness and so forth. But so it doesn't have to be a painful observation, but if you can look through your own garbage, trash, whatever, in your brain, in your heart, and if there's anything that you really don't need, then leave it behind. Say, you can always go back and retrieve something from a memory, but if it's something negative or something that you really don't need, then leave it in this year, you know. And the biggest reason is so that you have room to accept more in your heart. So you know I don't know about the quantum space of the soul, or like, but there are times when I felt like I am overwhelmed with too much information. Like, my understanding of things. Now, y'all have been listening to me, some of you, for several years now. And so, you've heard me chat and talk and bring out these thoughts. Have you ever considered what goes on in my head, like all the fucking time? At all hours of the day and night. I mean, it's like and so, not that you have to give me any kind of empathy. With George was everything's always serious. People have to tell me they're joking. Oh, I understand that. And that's the way my dear friend John was on some things. I was like, no, 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 that's a joke. It's a joke, son. It's a joke. The old foghorn leghorn, All right now, boy. And it's a joke, son. It's a joke. I tell you now, boy. So it's a joke, son. But anyway, and there's nothing wrong with that. But for me, since I will say, since my birthday, but I actually want to back it up this year to having met my oh blem- it's been 2 hours and 18 minutes. We're 3 minutes past the 20. Hang on a sec. It might glow, it not glow in the dark, but um this is my brothers and sisters. This is me down here on the end. I know it's not real clear, but my sister Lynn, this is Dennis, adopted as Mike. There's John and Andy, Arnie, uh, Eileen's on the end, and that's Amy. I was trying to get See, but anyway, you can't see it real clear, but that's my family, and that is the first time we was all together. So I got this from my brother, this one, who nobody knew about till a couple of years ago. He's the one that has we have so much in common. He just it's just unbelievable. We would have been a lot closer had we lived closer, or had I knew him earlier, sooner, or whatever. But so getting this picture from Dennis, with all of us standing in the picture, me slouching over and looking like hell, somebody could have told me to tuck in my shirt. But I guess being the oldest, I had the right to look sloppy. Yeah, but since this event, something changed in me that I cannot quantify. You know, I can just say, oh my God, this event with meeting my brothers and sisters and spending 2 weeks with my sister and all, that event this year has changed me. I still haven't figured it out. The biggest thing, and I'm not going to go into this much, but the biggest thing I can say is that old issues for me since literally the day I was born have just been resolved. So whatever questions and this and that and anger towards aunts and uncles and why do they lie to us and all this kind of stuff, which they did, um, it all got vented. It's not a part of my being anymore. It always was past history, but not knowing some of the secrets and some of the puzzle pieces that we all put together by being together has just settled my soul. I don't know how to explain it, you know, but it's the feeling that has happened since the event. I'm different without a doubt. How? There's no way to like explain it. Dennis. There was just so much confusion and so many old stuff, but by sitting down and all of us chatting and sharing and hugging and crying and but so all right, but that event, but I'm saying, but as I've got to this year, the end of this year, because of that event, it's whatever that was attached to it previously ain't there. So my point about there's more room in my heart, and there's be all whatever animosity and whatever the crap that started the literally the day I was born ain't there. Now I can go in and recall it if I want, but the emotion and all this other stuff, it just ain't there. Okay. Where every year previous to this, it's always been there. It's whether it was on my mind or not, it was always there. So very much freeing of the soul. But see, before I met them, I thought I was free because we talked on the phone and had some conversation. It wasn't like we didn't know. We had just never met all together at one time. I'd met my brother Andy. I'd met my sister Amy. I'd met my sister Eileen, and but I had not met Johnny and or Arno. And so it's like, okay, but the fact that we were all there and could have a chat And I took a little time with each brother, each sister, and we had our little, cry, this and that, talk about this, whatever. And secrets were brought out from each brother and sister. It was amazing. But if you'd had said, that I was going to have this freeing of the soul event this year, last year at this time, I'd have went, okay. But the fact that the event happened that I did not foresee, but after it's happened, I realized I can make this statement because whatever was there for so many years, it ain't there now. So, wow, do I feel different? Yeah, by that one event, which was a huge event, but in the respect that those emotions and everything are not now attached to my soul and to my energy the way it was, it absolutely is freeing. And I had freed myself of it because I'd had conversations, one-to-one chats with Dolores, my mother, and we were friends, and there was a lot of things that we had reconciled. So I felt like, okey doke, you know, we've reconciled. I didn't hate her, things were explained, and but having not met, none of us knew about Dennis slash Michael until after she was dead. So we learned about him and put a lot of other things together, So, but which was even more freaky in a lot of ways. But the freeing of the soul is like, holy crap! I can't I cannot give it a figure. I feel 100% better, or 200% better, or that I just know that those those weirdness and animosities and whatever I had, and fears and doubts and lies and half truths, they just aren't there this year. So does that give me more capacity then to accept things in the future? I kind of feel like it does, in the respect that because it was has been with me since birth, that actually before birth, because I could hear it through the womb thingy, but that whatever that attachment was, just it was almost like a parasite. The feeling, the attachment of the events and things, it ain't there. And in certain ways, I feel like I've lost 300 pounds. You know, I just so not everybody has the events that I've had, or so forth, or that we as a family had. Right? It was twisted and weird all the way along. Let me tell you, but we've all made it. We're all here at the other end, at least to this point. And so does, with that clear of memory, with having forgiven those who lied to us in the past, uh, going into the future is just like, wow, I can accept a whole lot more crappy baggage if I want to. Look, I got really honestly, I had dealt with the baggage, but it was still attached. And, had not really quite understood that until this last summer, and trying to explain it now. Don't just friend request, you know, if not, you should. What? No, that's not Bob the Bob. Bob ain't that bad. Yeah, and you know what, Mr. Laney? It's been within the last 24 hours. You was really on my mind for some reason. And I was like, wow, whatever Pearl's doing, Uh, it, but I can't remember what. I honestly, but it was like whoa! It was almost like I could hear you literally in my head, and I was like, "So what's this about?" But I can't remember. Anyway, it just has happened recently though, and it was definitely you, girl. That's all I know. But anyway, so going into this next year, I think most of us have already chosen. We want to have good thoughts. We want to welcome in. If it's nuclear winter, okay, then I'll figure out how to get through it. I don't, um, are we going to get hit by a comet? Well, this one, oh, the one we're supposed to have, has it done anything? No. So we need to keep an eye out for bear traps. And if there are bear traps, then they're probably bear. So, we need to look out for both. But it doesn't mean that you're going to step in a bear trap, nor does it suggest that if you're in bear country, you're going to get eaten by a bear. And one of those bear jokes was like, how can you find lost hikers? Because hikers were given whistles to blow to scare a bear away, right? So how can you find lost hikers? By finding the whistles in bear poop. Anyway, not so funny. It's like dead baby jokes. That'll teach us human hybrids a lesson. Yep. And David, I don't know if you watched Dante or have listened to him or whatever, but over the years, the idea of hybrids and the who cats and the boat chats and the real honest to God, real hybrids, uh, that this stuff is real. And what some people are like, oh, we're all human hybrids and this and that. Well, that's true. But there are some human hybrids that are like freaky deaky, scary shit. Like, but we should not be fearful, but we damn sure ought to know that they're there. And that some of these Hugh cats, which are human clone type things, hybrids, uh, can be activated. And so over in Europe and in the Ukraine, where Putin's trying to keep things calm, there are a bunch of them mofos over there trying to, retake land, trying to conquer, and all this is with, these hybrids with really nasty, from really nasty essence. Uh, some of these guys would make a reptilian look good, but the idea, though, that if people really, really, honest to God, like understand things the way I do, in the things that I've seen, and I've shared them all with you. I don't think I've hidden anything at this point. That when you see spaceships and things and stuff and entities, I mean, and other people don't, if they've not experienced those things, and you go, they're skeptical, and yeah, okay, that's okay. It's okay. But I know what I have felt. I know what I have seen. I know that ghost who woke me to save us from a burning house. I know, So my experience of the supernatural and of other things in my lifetime gives me a different view than folks who have not experienced it. And somebody says, "Well, I don't know what you're talking about, Dave." I'll say, "Okay, now y'all know that I grew up on the carnival, right? I have driven carny trucks. I have run countless rides. I've taken them down, put them up. I've run joints. I've literally have done it all as far as the carny business is concerned, as far as managing and paper and working and doing and setting up, tearing down, getting it over the road. I mean, been there, done that. But people who have never experienced one season on the road versus 15 or 20 years of being in the business in different ways, they have no concept of the things that I'm talking about. Now, it doesn't make them stupid, and I'm not any better than they are, but my experience as a carny, as a cotton candy, candy apple. I've talked to you about working in the cookhouse and doing them, working the grill. I am murder on the grill. I will brag about it because I am one badass son of a gun. When I get cranked up, but right now his channel's down, but it's called The Cause. And he is part of the Charistus group of alien types. They are the angel beings. He is connected with that. And there are so many things that I have known in my life that he has showed. And there are some folks that just, they don't give him the time of day. Prove it to me, this, that, and the other thing. Well, he has proven a lot of stuff in his videos over the years. Um, but having had conversations with Sister Aline and other people in the Catholic Church, for example, some of the things that he's discussed and brought out, and other things are just like he's been absolutely 100% right. So there are other things I don't know about, but because I have found what I know to be true, or from other people that I trusted highly, and he gives the same information that I've known for 40 years, I go, yeah, okay, I believe him. So if I believe him with what I've learned and experienced and so forth myself, then it's my faith that says I have to believe some of these other things are true. You know what I mean? So I have to trust it. And that's each individual person to go, well, I think he's full of shit, or I think this or that. Okay. But he's shown some really interesting pictures of ET, and literally on the street with ET walking towards him, kind of thing, and the lights going off and stuff, and shooting at him, and so folks are, well, that's all. Nah, he's the real deal. And so there are folks who are literally giving their lives sometimes on a daily basis to keep these really nasty other critters from having any more to do with humankind. And so it's just a whole nother level of thinking, but um, check it out. He did the Alien Races book way back when. And the Alien Races book is on PDF. Different people have it, but if you've not seen that, Dante and his group was the first group to bring that out. By the way, that's where he first started, was with the Alien Races book, was even on Art Bell or Coast to Coast or something way back in the day. So, but some of the pictures and video that he's shown of angels being transported and beams of light, ships being blown up, I mean, it's just unbelievable. And also of Hugh cats and Bew cats and some other absolutely strange things. So, but a lot of this information, there are other people who literally they cannot, it's too much information. And it has taken me a while in a lot of ways with my own prayers and visitations with Mother Mary and other things that have led me to Dante and the cause. And there were things that I understood before I ever, quote, met him on YouTube. And they even republished one of my videos way back when. And I was like, oh man, they republished one of my videos on their channel? Seriously? And they did. And a lot of people have come to my channel because of the Dante's channel. But there have been many folks who say the angels have an eye on me and are keeping an eye on me. And there are times when I go, yeah, I kind of know that. I don't feel like I'm under any kind of special protection, although my guys say I actually am, in that, I'm trying to state certain things in a way that people understand about spirituality and the understanding of the universe without getting caught up. Because when we learn the things that the aliens know, what we know about stuff in this reality is just we're just going to have to like forget it. We're going to have to learn a whole new sense of science. So my thing earlier, when Mossy Man was around about the quantum and so forth, there's nothing wrong with it, but as things are progressing, the new science that's already there and present will make the multiverse conversation almost like our awareness will be more, and we'll see. It's going to be interesting. So me being the adventurous person anyway, I'm looking at this next year like Yahoo, let's go. Yeah, love me some Art Bell, absolutely. At coast to coast, and here I am in the middle of the night, and in a way I do not consider myself Art Bell, please. But and I have to bring up another. Let's see if I'm right. Oops, I'm right. I remembered the number. Cool. The other card that I pulled tonight, I pulled three cards. The other card, and it bears mentioning now, is the Wolf, and Wolf is the teacher. Now, Art Bell was a teacher. Sister Helene, my mentor, she was a teacher. Well, I pulled the Wolf card tonight, and the teacher. Wolf is the pathfinder, the forerunners of new ideas, who returns to the clan to teach and share medicine. Okay, now I got to put my double glasses on here. Wolf takes one mate for life and is loyal like dog. If you were to keep company with wolves, you would find an enormous sense of family within the pack. And you see, I think pulling the wolf card tonight was like, we are family, Sly and the Family Stone. Um, these qualities make wolf, what, I'm sorry. Um, if you keep company with wolves, you will find an enormous sense of family within the pack, as well as a strong individualistic urge. These qualities make wolf very much like the human race. As humans, we also have the ability to be a part of society and yet still embody our individual dreams and ideas. In the great star nation, Wolf is represented by the dog star, Sirius, okay, which legend tells us was the original home of the teachers in ancient times. Sirius was thought to be the home of the gods by the ancient Egyptians and is still considered so by the Dogon tribe in Africa. It stands to reason that Native American peoples would formulate this same connection and adopt wolf people as the clan of teachers. The senses of wolf are very keen, and the moon is its power ally. The moon is a symbol for psychic energy or the unconscious that holds the secret of knowledge and wisdom. Baying at the moon may be an indication of Wolf's desire to connect with new ideas, which are just below the surface of consciousness. Now, I think this is important because there's a lot of things that are just below the surface. And a lot of us are feeling this. We don't know what it is, but it's just below the surface of consciousness. So I pulled this card tonight and, like, ooh, listen to the message, right? Wolf medicine empowers the teacher within us all to come forth and aid the children of earth in understanding the great mystery of life. Now, when I pulled this card tonight, and as I was reading it, I was like, I could not have flipped through this book and asked for a better card. I just, whoa. If you have drawn, well, the wolf medicine empowers the teacher within us all to come forth and aid the children of the earth in understanding the great mystery and life. If you have drawn Wolf's card, you may be able to share your personal medicine with others, which is what we do. So we are family in the Wolf Nation sense of being. Your intuitive side may also have an answer or teaching for your personal use at this time. As you feel Wolf coming alive within you, you may wish to share your knowledge by writing or teaching information that will help others better understand their uniqueness or path in life. It is the sharing of the great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. And I think this is just like, what? It is in the sharing of great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. Wolf could also be telling you to seek out lonely places that will allow you to see your teacher within you. In the aloneness of a power place, devoid of other humans, you may find the true you. Look for teachings no matter where you are. Wolf would not come to you unless you requested the appearance of the tribe's greatest teacher. Now, that was the card I pulled tonight. Now, it was upside down. Now, so there's the wolf message, and then inverted, there's the rest of the message. Okay. If wolf is reversed, you're being asked to expand your limited view of the present situation. Yeah, I think there's a lot of us who would say, yeah, we're doing that now. We're understanding the quantum and the multiverse so we are expanding our limited view. Doing this may entail a great deal of courage and a willingness to look at new ideas. It could also require that you delete some of your old ideas to make room for the expansiveness that always come when you're willing to learn. Now, I just realized by reading the squirrel card over that they're saying get rid of what ain't necessary and gather only what you need to make room for more. Here is, I just realized that Wolf is saying the same thing in reversed position. It could also require that you delete some old ideas to make room for the expansiveness that always comes when you're willing to learn new things. The gift of wisdom comes to you when you have walked enough pathways and found enough dead ends to truly know the forest. In the discovery and rediscovery of every inch of ground comes the knowledge that nothing ever remains the same. Contrary Wolf may also be telling you that stagnation or fear of asserting your viewpoint has bogged down the flow of change in your life. Now, all of us are being quieted. We can't say certain things without fear of getting bumped off of, Facebook or YouTube or whatever. So, people's points of view are being bogged down, and that bogs the flow of change in our life. Wolf Reversed is always urging you to seek the teachers or pathfinders that will show you the way to new life experiences. Remember, the teacher or pathfinder may be the small voice within each of us, as well as another person, or a leaf, a cloud, a stone, a tree, a book, or the Great Spirit. The teacher or the pathfinder may be any of these things. I was watching ants earlier. I was watching the sky earlier. There are things that you can learn if you're observant. So the teacher or the pathfinder may be that still voice within us, as well as another person, a leaf, a cloud, a stone, a tree, a book, or the Great Spirit. To live is to grow, and growing comes through accepting all life forms as teachers. Now, I find this to be that there are a lot of profound statements in these cards. To live is to grow, and growing comes through accepting all life forms as your teachers. Become wolf and take up the sense of adventure. That's what we need coming into this next year. You may just stop howling and learn how to become the moon versus howling at it. So these two cards that I pulled tonight, I was like, oh, holy crap. If I really wanted to like send a message or whatever, but those two cards right there and the fact that they're linked with the fact that squirrel is the gatherer, but also gets rid of the stuff that isn't necessary, and so that they're both of these cards for me, whether it means anything to y'all or not, uh, like oh holy crap, So to me, to me, the message is clear. We don't fear. We will leave things behind that don't belong to us. I mean, just certain things. Uh, they always talk. I'm a Wolf native son. That's such a wonderful. Thank you. I still think it's great. I'm literally I'm doing this video after I did the video and read the cards on Soul Tribe channel earlier tonight. But for me, as the how the song "Hungry Like a Wolf," yes, Duran Duran, yeah. Hungry like a wolf, yeah, yeah, yeah. Gotcha. I have told this story before, but speaking of wolves, the shaman medicine man who was here and stayed with me for quite a few months, almost a year, but I'll just say quite a few months, had a wolf, had a young wolf as a pup, and was raising it. and the wolf's name was Sierra. Beautiful animal. Oh my God. And I had a little Sasha dog that was like this big, yay tall, little poodle dog that used to run with this wolf. It was amazing. Well, after being here a couple of months and was, I say, full grown in that she was about as tall as she was going to get as far as height, but she was still going to fill out. But she got sick. We have not a clue how. Now, Joe had been teaching me things. We'd been through a few ceremonies, and I'd built this thing down on the river, and that's where I was doing the ceremonies and asking for blessings and consecrating the place and all that good stuff. Well, Sierra disappeared. I mean, we couldn't find her. And with 18 acres plus either side of this, there's 40 acres there. So where'd she go? I don't know. So Spirit led me down to where I had just within a few days had done an all night long ceremony. And I went down there and she was laying on the ground within 6 feet of where I had my ceremonial blanket and all. I mean, just literally feet away. So I took a blanket down and I laid there with the wolf all night long, and I prayed and I stroked her and I petted her, and no idea what was going to transpire. And Joe had followed me down into the woods, and he saw that I was laying with Sierra and was praying and doing and burning sage and the whole thing. And all night long I prayed. And as the morning was starting to dawn, through the swamp, and there's this mist through there. Hey, SD, how you doing? That I fell asleep, and I felt something, right? I was tired because all that day, and I mean all night long, constant prayer and vigil. And I finally, as I saw the sun coming up, I was like, well, Creator, Great Spirit, she's either going to live through this or she ain't. It just basic. I've prayed, we'd offer, if there's anything else, don't know what, but if she's going to make it, she's going to make it. Well, I fell asleep. Well, laying with my arm on the dog, on my side. Her head was like right next to mine, and I had my arm over her shoulder, and laid out right beside her, and just fell asleep, dead tired. All of a sudden, woke up a little while later, and I'm not sure when, but Sierra was gone. And I was like, oh no. She crawled off to somewhere to die. It's all I could think of. Well, I sit up and I'm rubbing my head. I'm sleepy. I'm tired. It's been a long day, long night. And I hear this whooping and hollering back up here at the house. And I'm like, what's going on? And so I'm getting up and my back's cramping and everything. I'm getting up off the ground and I'm standing up and brushing the sand off of me. And Joe comes down the trail and he comes up to me, and he had this like really serious look on his face. And he comes up to me and he puts his hand on either side on my shoulders, what did you do? And I was like, what? He said, what did you do to Sierra? And I said, why? And he said, she's up at the house eating and playing with Sasha. They're running around the yard. He said, what the hell did you do to my wolf? And I said, dude, you came down and checked on me. You saw me laying here and praying over the wolf, you know, and you saw me all night, and I just stayed and stayed. The next morning, it was like there was nothing had ever been wrong with that wolf. And I mean, her tongue was hanging out. I mean, it looked like she was like this far from being dead. Not a clue what made her sick or whatever, but that next morning, running through the woods, my little dog's looking for me. Joe had kept Sasha up at the house so I wouldn't be bothered by her. But the idea, though, that whatever it was that night, the fact that I had that connection with Wolf is where I'm going with this. And having been with the wolf, and my little Sasha dog had ran with the wolf, and all of this, sure enough, wolf connection. And, Joe was considered to be the gray wolf as far as his medicine, right? So his wolf, his medicine wolf, all of this tied together. And then for whatever happened that night, that wolf got up and just was well. So I have asked creators many times, like, did was my prayer such that you heard me? Did she actually get cured? I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I do know that that wolf was this far from being dead because I've seen other animals and stuff, tongues hanging out the side and their eyes are rolled back. I mean, it's like not good. Perky the next day, like there was nothing wrong. She was really hungry, which, okay. So some of the things, and I don't talk about it all the time, but so when I read or hear something about wolf or this and that, I've got my connection to a real wolf that I prayed all night long over to save it, you know and for whatever happened, whatever it was, it worked. And Joe was like, I can't believe you healed my wolf. And I was like, I didn't, you know, Creator did. I just asked that he would. I didn't do it. I just asked. That's all. Was it me that healed? No. Was it Creator? Yes. Did he work through me? Maybe. But I do know that I prayed a lot to save that wolf. So, boy, we're getting botted tonight hard, ain't we? So, but anyway, like for the wolf card, when it says the wolf family and that feeling, and that I really get that, not just from a sense of family, but having had that connection with the wolf. Not everybody gets that chance. I understand that. But if you've ever had any kind of encounter or closeness or whatever, man, it's special. I just got to say. My dear friends, it's been 3 hours. It's 3:07 in the morning time. I am tired, and it's been a long couple of days. So I'm going to leave it here with this. I wish you all well. I'm hoping to come back on in the next couple of days. We'll see how things work out. And I really want to do a fire, but it's supposed to rain. So we'll see, But you are always in my prayers each and every day, each and every one of you. Esty, I hope you're doing well. Chloe, and all y'all, some of you are gone to bed already and fell asleep. That's okay. We love you. And I'm going to do the same. So these bots will, go away someplace else. Um, I know that you will do your best to keep kindness in your heart. Whether these cards mean anything to you or not, um, Yeah, good luck. Absolutely. But keep adventure in your heart, like the wolf. Clear out any excess baggage you may have so that we can accept and learn more. If we carry a bunch of crap around with us, we can't get any new stuff. We ain't got no place to put it, you know? Uh, Zapped. Thank you, Michelle. I love you, dear. Um, so consider what the cards may mean for you. I think it's just, the idea that truth expands the consciousness of the human race. When we share the truth, that's how we expand the consciousness of the human race. Holy crap. That's like powerful right there. So consider that. And because we always talk about our thoughts become manifest and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, that is true. But here's the thing, just accept anything that I produce with my little brain power is going out there somewhere. And as the one card, um, actually, it was the next card. It was um, not the pheasant. Anyway, it was about the spiral and the dance and our energy. And so the three cards really made sense tonight. I'm here to tell you. But depending on OPs, other people's, it's going to be an interesting year. It's okay, Chloe. How I will point this out. How else can you learn if you don't participate? And whatever, I think your participation's fine. So, quit being so hard on yourself. I haven't seen anything that was outrageous or whatever, or that you're a bot. So just chill. Just chill. Oh, just chill. And thank you, ST. But our future is what we make it. Of course, we have to remember there's lots of other stuff that can get in our way, but we ain't going to worry about it, are we? That's going to be our motto going into this year. Ain't going to worry about it. No worries, mate. You know, no worries, mate. We'll all get along down here in the Billy Bone. No worries, mate. You know, so we keep up the good work. We keep positive attitudes as much as we possibly can. And there's going to be shit that's going to drag us down. Yesterday, I was borderline depressed for the first time in a while because I hurt so damn bad. But today's much better. But I kept my shit together yesterday. And I said, yeah, this will pass. It'll be okay tomorrow for whatever, because I'd mixed 450 pounds worth of cement the day before, right? So there is a cause and effect. So if something's bothering you, don't know what it is, just chill, really, because there are so many energies in the chaos of stuff right now, and that we just aren't going to know where this shit's coming from. Some of us are, like Isby, living in towns and stuff, and our discussions, privately and publicly, and that, being around towns and the energies of other people and stuff, it's hard to block that stuff out. If you're last saying, yeah, get them ready. But my friends, I am tired. And it is Tuesday night, Wednesday. I got stuff to do in the morning. I'm gonna pray to God I can make it to town and get this new part for my truck, and then I'm going to pray that it's going to work because I've been through two new ones already. But anyway, I pray that all this comes together tomorrow, the next day. So, um, and with all the bad luck I've had with my truck recently, I'm not angry or upset or pissed off. I mean, I'm disgruntled. I will absolutely agree with that one. Have been disgruntled. TTFN, is that what that says? Tata for now, Pearl. We love you. For those of us who understand that our intent is important, that is important that we keep our intent as pure as possible. We have our moments. It's okay. We're human. But the more that we release our baggage, whatever it may be, and the more our hearts and minds are open, the more we can accept and receive from the universe. So keep these simple things in mind. And whether it's the quantum universe you're trying to understand, or the quantum, or the this, or the multiverse, the bottom line is, do you realize there's a lot out there in the great mystery? The answer is yeah. Yeah. Um, and are all of us, do all of us have spirits? And the answer is yeah. Do those of us who have kindness and who do share, we are not one of them bots, okay? Because we have empathy, we understand about other people's feelings. We're trying to learn our feelings and our understanding and our true path, and there's nothing wrong with that. So, as the one says, the one card said, the wolf, there are teachings in everything. And when you accept that all entities are teachers, when you accept that, your consciousness expands. And all I can say is, oh yeah, you know, there I know too much. I really do. And we'll see if any of this other stuff comes true. But what I've seen up to this point has been a boatload, And so it's like I don't wish some of the things that have happened to me on anyone, okay? But it also gives me insights to these things and my experience. So, and in the one card, the wolf, about the pathway to learning and teaching, everything is a teacher, can be a teacher. A book, a leaf, a stone, your inner voice, or the great spirit, you know. And there's so many people who get caught up in, well, I talked to Angel Gabriel today. He's got more stuff to do than to sit and chat with you. No offense. You may be chatting with an angel, but it might not be Gabriel. But oh, yeah, they're insistent. You've heard me talk about this stuff before. And I don't mention anybody's names. Why? Because, well, then who is that? So if my angel's got a name that nobody knows, then folks would go, well, who's that? Well, I never heard your angel, so you must be bullshitting me. So if I don't name them and I just say my spirit guides, nobody really argues about that. You know what I mean? But if I was to start using names and time and, because it ain't about that. It's not about a name. Their name now, the name when. My name is Hawkeye at the moment. My, name on my birth certificate is David Null. But who was I before I got here? And who was I in my previous life that I have seen glimpses of? So what was my name then? So this is just my current name. This is my current badge. Hey, look at my nameplate. So People are getting too hung up on certain things, and they just need to chill some. And just the bigger picture is, yes, does the quantum universe exist? Yeah. And I mean this with all love and respect. So what? Well, the computers and the this, okay. But I'm just asking, so what does it mean to you? What does it mean in your journey? What does it mean on your path? It's not, I'm not saying it ain't interesting and you shouldn't study it. I'm just asking you a simple question because we all should ask the question. Now that I've learned this, what good does it do me? Not that it's that it's not a bad statement. I'm not looking for anything negative. I'm just saying you may have learned a bunch, you may have expanded your ideas, and great. And then for me, going through some of this stuff, I go, that's nice. Okay, that's interesting. Well, I don't know. My spirit guys don't quite agree with you on that one, but okay, I'll go along. You know, but that's my experience and that's your experience. We each got them, right? But here's the thing, we are all connected. Absolutely, beyond a doubt. How it's quantum, multiverse, it doesn't matter. What really matters is that you believe that we are connected, period, regardless. Yes or no? Do you believe it? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. How much do you believe it? Are you sure? 100.1%. Love you too, huh? You used to eat Christmas pizza. Let me tell you, dude, I have been wanting pizza for a while, and because my truck's been broke down, I haven't had the mobility to just go to the store. So when I was in town the other day on Christmas Eve, and Pizza Hut was like right there, I was like, man, I am not going home with that one because it's been. Well, I think the last time I had pizza was with my dear friend Marcia, who passed away in February. And I've been craving pizza and just haven't had the opportunity to get by the store kind of thing. And I live way out in the country, so ain't nobody going to deliver one here. But I finished my first cover for a pillow. Cool, Lady Court. I talked about this in my Christmas Eve Christmas show, in that for Christmas, different times I didn't have any money or whatever, but I made pillows with pillowcases and everything one year, way back when I was like 16 years old. And my granny showed me how to use the sewing machine, and I picked up materials and some foam rubber and did some stuff. And I made pillows for everybody that year. I mean, there were pillows everywhere. But very good, Lady Court. Now, I've got to admit, some of my pillowcases were a little crude, and Granny helped me straighten them out. But but the whole part of it, point of it, was my intent, and that I didn't have any money, but so I was able to give her scraps and stuff. But anyway, you know, pillows are a good thing, especially if somebody made one for you or the cover for a pillow. I think that's a great thing. I really do. And you know, I tried doing embroidery work kind of thing years ago, and I'm not really bad at it. I'm just not really good, you know. So, but I have tried embroidery over the years with working with puppets and things and wanting to decorate them and so forth, and and just with needlework, needlecraft kind of things. I just the part of me that just kind of sort of has it. But I really suck at embroidery. And crocheting, nah. my friend Marcia could watch TV and do this and never look at what she was doing. And in an hour's time, she'd have a length of something done, where it would take me days to do it, and I would sit there and try. I had my needles and we had lots of yarn. I still have lots of yarn, but as far as being able to do it, nah, I'm just like, this ain't me. But I can build picture frames, you know, I can build picture frames. Cheers, everybody. I to just kind of sort of wrap stuff up. I think this coming year is just going to be danged interesting. Last year at this time, I was like, man, we're gonna, this coming up year is gonna suck, you know. And a lot of us were feeling it like, man, we've been through this year of the mask and the COVID and blah, blah, and then all this stuff. And last year we were pissed off and not feeling in a good mood. Well, after 2 years of it, you'd think that our moods would be like, nah, and lots of the different people I've talked to in different areas, folks just, and a lot of folks just ain't buying it. Now, when I was in town the other day in a couple places, there were those weird spots where people had masks on, but then you'd look around and there'd be three or four people and you'd go, whoa, look at that. But then nobody else did. Okay. And at the Home Depot, at this place, at that place. One gentleman walked into the auto parts store, and none of us had masks on except him. But he walked in, took his business, and whatever. Nobody looked, cared, whatever, right? And he did his business. He kept his mask on and left. So, but that was one out of 10 of us in that period of time that was behind the counter and other customers. So, so 1 out of 10. And, where last year would have been 50%, you see. So there's changes. There are people who are just going, just if it happens, I just ain't going to worry about it. Hey, Travis, good morning to you. You're waving at us with your tail? Dude, if your tail is bushy, you need one of them, laser shavers. I'm I'm sorry, but I was thinking about how hairy my ass is, and that I would need a weed eater. God Almighty! Oh Jesus! I just had this thought of the next thing they're going to invent are these miniature little weed eaters that may be about about as long as a toothbrush, right? And that on the end, you put the battery in it, and it'll have a little cord. Anyway, now I had enough of the lasers. I don't know if it's lasers, but anyway, I'm just you know. Oh God. Anyway, because of operations and things and other reasons, I have shaved. I'm not excessively hairy, but I got a little bit of hair on my chest and on my belly button kind of thing. And but um being operated on, and they have to shave your leg or whatever, because I've had my leg operated on and so forth. But anyway, so I've been shaved, okay? Down yonder, been shaved, okay? Didn't bother me about the shave or being kind of slicky, but them hairs growing back in, I was like, now, if I shave again, then that means I'm gonna have to shave again. And then I'm gonna have to shave again. And this is uncomfortable. I'm sorry, but I when they had to shave my leg, my left leg when they operated on it. So from my hip to my knee was shaved bare, right? Yeah, yeah, there you go. When I was in jail, they didn't have many razor blades. I mean, they had one double edged razor that they would pass out to a group of 15 guys, and everybody had to shave with it. All right. And it was like, hey, who's got the razor next? I do. And nobody had soap or anything. So we all learned how to dry shave. I dry shave to this day. But, that having shaved now, as you probably notice, I have shaved. I'm kind of sort of clean cut a little bit here. My hair is all nice and shiny. Um, but anyway, so when this next year looking good, even if Duggar's the only one that sees me, it's okay. But I think if we take our humor with us, and Chloe, I'm gonna pick on you for just a moment, but if you don't get all the jokes, it doesn't matter. Just have a light heart and go with it. If you misunderstand something, ask somebody. We'll help you out. But anyway, instead of worrying about it, embrace it. So I don't know what's funny. It's sort of like Commander Data on Star Trek. I was watching an episode the other day that just I had the TV on. It was on whatever it was, Netflix or something, and it chose the next thing. But it was this one where Data was trying to tell a joke, and Jordy looked at him and he said, "You just don't get it." you know. And then it was what Data said next, which I can't remember. And Jordy looked at me and said, "Now that's funny." And Data went, "What? What do you mean that was funny? I tried to tell a joke." But anyway, good, Chloe. You know, you're supposed to laugh, right? You do look specially handsome. Well, thank you. I didn't necessarily mean to, but um, it was one of them things. I'd been outside and working and sweating and all, so I came in and cleaned up, and I knew I was going to do a show with Robert, so I was like, wow, I should take a bath. Not that anybody's going to, smell me over the internet kind of thing, but I was like, I ought to take a bath. you know. Anyway, uh, thank you, ST. But I was starting. I realized I was starting to look a little ragged around the edges, and uh, I don't go anywhere, and people don't look at me or whatever, right? And y'all are the only ones that were. But I looked in the mirror and I went, "Nah, that's got to go." Where's the scissors? And I made a really bad attempt my first time around, but tonight I went back through and cleaned up and used the razor and and did more. But anyway, I was like, being a long haired old man, hippie type, whatever, there is, there's the grubby guy, which I get, get to be looking a little grubby because I don't go anywhere, right? Nobody, I'm not going to, I'm not going anywhere. I go to the store once every 2 weeks, or every 10 days kind of thing. And so I shave or clean up before I go to town, but every day, yeah, I ain't do. But so anyway, but looking in the mirror today, I was like, I'm going to be on the show tonight, and yeah, I need to clean up the mess I made with my beard, and I'm going to go to town tomorrow. So it's not that I wanted to look nice, but I didn't want to look like the that grubby guy that came out of the woods. Let me clean up a little bit, put on a clean shirt, okay. Uh, but anyway, you know, one of the cards last week or the other night, I think that got pulled, and I can't remember which one it is, but it was like, have you gotten a little grubby lately? Have you not been taking care? And I was like, holy shit, this is a direct message to me. you know, I have let my beard, it was getting longer, and um, and uh, it's interesting when I cut my beard how soft it was. Just it was weird, because over the years it's like, really stiff and gnarly, and but I was like, wow, cut it off, and it was like, wow, this was really kind of soft. Just an observation where uh, there was a comedian I was listening to a couple of weeks ago, and he made this statement. He goes, "Okay, who told me who could have warned me about old age? Like, when did my toenails suddenly become so thick and tough that I can't cut them, with a power saw?" And I was like, oh, I got it. Because I mean, used to be easy to trim and stuff, and it's like, now what the hell happened? My nails are growing longer and tougher, and of course, I, I don't bite my nails anymore, but but at the same point, they're tough as hell. I used to trim them easy, and like, what the hell? So I was like, so somebody else has noticed some of these things. When did my toenails get to be tougher than concrete? For God's sakes, I got to get a power drill out to try to trim my. I got a an electric sander down there. you know I used to bite my nails too. Of course, the fact that I have very few, if any, teeth left, it that makes it kind of hard. But you know, uh, Lord have mercy. But I mean, it's the toughness. It's like what? Sort of like the softness of the beard, my hair. I was like, what? So my beard's gotten softer and my nails have gotten harder, like concrete. I've had better luck with concrete than I have with my toenails. Literally. What? But anyway, interesting as our bodies age and so forth. I realized that I, I haven't weighed myself, but I think I've lost a couple of pounds because I look a little thinner. Smell-o-vision is coming. Oh yeah, they talked about that years ago. Killer nails. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, when I mean, my nails and stuff were tough enough, kind of growing up, but they were manageable. I went through two pairs of the great big giant nail clippers to try to get through my nails. And I was like, what the heck? And, I was like, literally bent them trying to cut my nails, had to result to my pocket knife, um, and trim it the old fashioned, down home kind of, let's go digging with the pocket knife. But I've also got one of these little naily thingies. There's a knife and a thingy, and anyway, that comes in handy. But in trying to trim my nails because had gotten too long a couple of months back, I had used one of the blades on my pocket knife that are really sharp and ended up cutting my toe. I mean, it was bleeding all over the floor, and I was like, holy crap. And I never really got to the nail. I was like, this just sucks. Holy crap. Am I going to have to get a buzz saw in here to trim my nails and, do the cleanup work kind of thing? Holy mackerel. But anyway, if you'd have told me this when I was 30, I'd went, really? you know, but now what was funny was I heard it from somebody else, and they just made this one little one, and everybody laughed, and I thought, oh holy shit, I could do a 10-minute routine easy on my toughness of my nails, and having used 20 penny galvanized nails to dig shit out of, but yeah, okay, I understand about the nail thing, but you're right. They don't warn us of these kinds of things, like, and I say an elder gentleman. He might have been younger than me. Hell, I don't know. now that I'm almost 70, I'm 69 and a quarter. I got to keep that going. But that we're standing at the urinal, and he had got there just before I did. And so I go up and I'm, doing my business, and I'm like, oh man, it's going to be one of these, I got a tinkle, but it won't come out. Holy shit, here we go again. So now we're standing there about a minute now. He's still standing there. So I don't necessarily, I kind of sort of glance out of the corner of my eye, but not to stare or whatever. And I say to myself out loud, man, if they'd have warned me about this prostate shit when I was growing up, I don't know what this is, but I'm if I got to stand here another 5 minutes, I'm gonna have to get a chair, you know. And you could, I'm looking out the corner of my eye, kind of looking around, but not looking at him directly, but I want to see what his reaction, if any. And he's standing over there like, I'm not gonna make a remark but he ain't leaving. You know what I mean? So he's got the same issue I got. And I was just vocal about it. But I was like, man, hell, you know, feels like I'm gonna pee all over myself. And you get there and it's like, so the feeling, the urge is really strong, but it ain't coming out. What? Goddamn prostate, So, okay. So I'm like, man, I wish they, explained this a little more. But on TV, they say men with prostate troubles. They don't explain to you that, your bladder is fixing to burst, but it won't come out, or what those feelings are, or the fact that you won't have an urge and it'll come out on its own. They don't discuss that. Most doctors don't just discuss it. So how the hell you learn about this? It's almost like the only way you can learn about certain things is some dumbass comedian brings it up as a joke. What? You mean you have that? You have prostate issues too? Yeah, me too. Holy crap! So how long do you have to stand? Well, I got to stand at the urinal so long. I just find me a stall and sit. Screw this standing up business. You know, if it's going to take me 5 minutes to pee, I'm gonna sit down and take a buck. The hell with this. Like kidney stones without the pain. Oh no, there's pain. Oh no, there's pain. There's pain. There's pain. Okay, there's pain. It's very discomfortable. And if you try to like push it out, kind of like that just makes it worse. And it's like, oh no, you got to relax somehow so it will like gravity come feed. Holy crap. And I was talking with a dear friend of mine last week or so, and he was like, he said I was having, he colon cancer, survival, right? He goes, well, he said, I learned uh, to um, to catheterize myself, and I said, you did, and I said, well, you got more for you than I got. I said, I have done a lot of things. I've given myself shots. I have sewed myself up, but sticking a tube up my wiener, that's not been on my agenda, you know. So I'm sorry, was that too graphic? But but he said no, I had to because of all the other issues he had. He said I had to drain my bladder, and he said I had to learn how to catheterize myself. And I thought to myself, I holy Jesus, I have not learned this one. It's just like next on the list of things I got to learn how to do. Holy crap. I've given myself shots. I mean, I've done, cuts. I mean, gashes that I have closed up. And I'm talking gashes now. I mean, gashes. Should have went to the hospital, to the emergency room kind of shit and just but to catheterize myself, whew, gives me the willies just thinking about it. Willie, you quit thinking about it. But anyway, I know I'm being silly. It has been almost 4 hours. And yeah, but but the idea that the other day, standing, it was at the courthouse, public restroom, but this guy, he almost was there longer than me. I mean, it was like, so for whatever his issue, I knew he was having similar issues that I was having, but like, wow. And guys don't talk about it. He wouldn't say anything, he wouldn't even look, like, you know, okay. But I'm the kind of guy that's like gonna open up. You know, if nothing else, I didn't see him grin or anything, but he was probably got in his car and thought about that long-haired hippie guy. He was right about that, standing at the urinal because everything I said was true, and he was experiencing it too. That sort of rhyme. We knew what you meant, Witch Moon. But anyway, so I mean, this same gentleman that had to learn how to cap himself also had the bag on the side, bamboo bag, something I can't remember the name. But and so did Bessie, my adopted mother, um, um, stepmother. Anyway, but she had a bag for years because of her colon cancer and stomach cancer and other kinds of cancers. And so, and the roll you have to do and changing it and keeping it clean and all that kind of stuff. So, I've not had to deal with that. Broken bones and lots of cuts and scrapes and casts and stitches and all that. But thank goodness, I have been calf because my operations and stuff. I've had IVs and all kinds of things stuck in me, but I've not had to do that to myself yet. Something to look forward to. Holy crap, And if my neuropathy gets bad, it's going to be really hard finding that hole. Ooh, that could be painful. But anyway, so I haven't said anything that was untoward, but it is a visualization that is up to you or not to accept or receive. Anyway, I mean, if we can talk about gay stuff and lesbians and people with different parts and this and that and the other thing and body changes and hormone and then why can't we talk about men with prostate issues? I'm sorry, a frank discussion. Frank, come on, let's discuss this. You know what I mean? Come on, Frank, get over here. Quit being a baby. Quit being a pussy. But anyway. So my dear friends, it's coming on 4 o'clock, and I know SD and who else was it? I don't know if I said hi to everybody. But anyway, yesterday as I was lying in bed, almost weeping from pain, because of all my hard work the day before. Uh, I was amazed at how bad I hurt yesterday, honest to God. But anyway, see, I can laugh about it. I laughed about it yesterday in a, oh my God, this, oh, that hurts, kind of way yesterday, in fond remembrance of the pain yesterday. But that I was thinking, because I was kind of, staying still. Um, just going down my list and sending out prayers to everybody and thinking, and that's when yesterday was a good day to meditate on the word kindness and what did it mean and what does it mean to different people. Is the kindness to animals? There are some people that would beat their dog but would help a bum out. It's a, or vice versa. They would feed their dog but not a homeless person. Give a homeless person a dollar, oh hell no. But give the dog a $2 treat, absolutely. So this paradigm of things. So, but in the kindness, if you're kind to a pet or an animal, then you should maybe, if you don't extend that kindness, maybe you should learn it. Or for those folks who aren't very nice to animals, or, there are those folks who just not particular, that maybe they should just learn because four-leggeds teach us a lot. Now, if the cat goes, "Ee," then don't put your hand on it. Don't force the pet, you know. But if the cat sits in your lap, so if you go to a neighbor's or somebody and the cat comes over, then pet the thing, for goodness sake, rather than get up, get up. Because, these critters come to us with little psychic messages, and to way back 3 hours ago in a conversation I was having with myself here with y'all is about the five senses. We have more than five, we have six sense. Okay. Don't forget this third eye. I think one of the things that we're supposed to expect with these new energy waves and stuff is that it's going to open our third eye like all the time. It's going to be like open, you know. So um it's kind of it's going to be interesting in how we're going to be able to waver in and out with our this view versus our third eye view, our sixth sense. This one. All right. So of the things, what could we learn if we don't know for the future? Hey, Travis, you're the one. You're the truant sheriff. Wait a minute. Package delivery guy. Yeah. And made more money with a lot of ways, a lot less hassle too, right, David? Having myself worked in similar positions, you know. But anyway, but for the future, with our thoughts, though, so if this fourth dimensional shift comes about in the next couple months, practice with the third eye. In other words, practice walking around your house with your eyes closed. Now, make sure, walk around the living room first to make sure that there ain't nothing out sticking out you're going to kill yourself with. And I would suggest you put shoes on, okay, to protect your toes. But now, this black gentleman that I worked with, who was also microcephalic, in other words, his head was too small for his brain. Okay, so he was a very delightful man. A lot of ways, he was sort of like uh, uh, I hate to use the word mongoloid, but that Down syndrome person. Very happy and go lucky, but he was blind too. So I'm asking, as because I had to teach him how to follow, you know, where he wouldn't go over here, that, and so I would let my right arm normally was how I trained him that to use this arm because it was the easiest and so forth. And could have you and but there were times when I'd say, okay, Larry, switch arms, and he would take my other arm, and would lead. And we had lots of stairs and corners and stuff like that. So I asked him. I said, okay, Larry, we're at the top of the stairs, and we're going to head to the bathroom, which was across. It was an old school, okay, and upstairs was the auditorium, the whole part of the whole upstairs. There were two classrooms, and then uh, upstairs a stage and open, and so we used it as a cafeteria. And we brought lunches up from downstairs. Anyway, so the bathrooms were over in the right hand corner. So I said, Larry, can you find the bathroom? Sure, Mr. No. And I'm like, okay, no, Larry, there are no tables set out yet. He's okay, Mr. No. All right, Mr. David. So he'd start across the floor without a cane or whatever, kind of feeling doing this thing. But I would watch his feet, and it's like his feet were his sensors. So he'd be out here like this, but his feet were a whole different thing. And I'd ask him, I'd say, Larry, what are you doing with your feet? And he said, I feel stuff with and I was like, oh. So at the same time, he had huge cataracts and unoperable kind of thing. And so he had looked up like this, kind of sort of a Stevie Wonder kind of thing. And and there were times that he would get to shaking his head too much, and I'm like, you have to stop that behavior. So and there were times I literally had to pop him, like, because he couldn't see me, and I was like, Larry, cut it out now. And he'd go into the, Larry, cut it out, and I just literally had to reach over and just pop him on him, not hard, but enough to where he's like, oh, and I go, I mean it, you know. Third time, doesn't do nothing but smoke meth and lie. But so anyway, but to practice with the third eye also helps with the astral plane working thing. They're connected. So, but if we're going into fourth dimensional kind of things, especially the bottom fourth, till we learn how to, make the full transition, we got stuff to learn. So, but practicing with the third eye, this side, sixth sense, this one, um, will help us in, if the transition comes, like they say, it will help. And if not, it's still going to help you, because you'll be able to walk around your house in the dark or with your eyes closed and be able to see with your third eye. Okay. It's a strange thing that happens, that it's like, what? It's it's interesting. So, but you need to get used to it. So that's my 10 cents for future events and what should we do, and practice that. You know, it ain't going to hurt you unless you are really clumsy at it. But if you will walk the space first with your eyes open and allow yourself to know where everything is, you don't guess. And it's very good training for the mind and what's coming, and it helps with spirituality and a lot of stuff. So the simple training technique of learning how to walk around your house with your eyes closed, people don't give that enough credence. Like, well, okay, that's it, but have you tried it? Well, I do. Okay, you know okay, all right. But if you ever get stuck somewhere and there are no lights and something, that's something that it really comes in handy. I'm just saying. It's not just a trick, but it really comes in handy. So arm yourself. You know, people are searching for power, right? Well, I'm going to learn this, and I'm going to get the power of the universe. Okay, what are you going to do with it, right? But so here's something: these same people, would refuse to practice walking around with their eyes closed to develop these other senses. They just ain't going to do it. They're too good. It's too menial or something. They're going to make a spell or whatever. Well, wait a minute. If you develop that third eye, you have developed one hell of a power. You can see in the flipping dark. You know what I mean? You somebody could have a blindfold on you. You could be kidnapped and still be able to see. Okay. I mean, what? Like, hey, wouldn't this be like a really cool, like almost like a superpower, and but attainable to us if we practice. Okay. So knowing reset does the job for me. Yeah. Have you seen the commercial with the robot sitting at the computer with the girl next to it? And he goes, I think that's an eight. Can you and yeah, yeah. She looks over and goes, yeah, it looks like an eight to me or something like that. And it's a robot. By big you can see in the dark. But see, for you, Pearl, that's like a natural thing, right? Other people they have to have a light, and a lot of people have like to have a bright light, not just light, but and I've talked about this before, but that's like a 25-watt bulb here that I'm sitting under. And with the right position and whatever, I'm lit enough. I don't have to have the whole room lit up. Why? Also I'm light sensitive. But for me, the low light, I mean, I can see into the kitchen and everything, and there's no light in there. Just all whatever light is reflecting from this 25-watt bulb. Oh, actually, right now I do have it's a 25-watt bulb in the kitchen over the coffee pot. So when I walk in the kitchen, but to the point, I can still walk in the kitchen without turning on the light. Uh, but to the point though, um, those folks who are trying to attain powers, see something like this as trivial, and it's not, you know. So, but anyway, take that with a grain of salt. It's something you can do around the house, and it's all in practice and allowing yourself to know. You can go, I don't know, am I near the couch or whatever? Don't fret it. You have to relax and go through it. But Larry, there were times when I would go, okay, Larry, the tables are set up. Well, I got to go to the bathroom and wash up. Okay, I got to go in the office over here. I got to go check with somebody or whatever, right? Or there were times when I would just take him to the top of the stairs and I'd turn around and go back down the stairs to do something else. So I'd turn him loose, and there were tables and chairs set up, and they were always set up roughly the same way. But how we got to the chairs and the tables, and then what he did when he got there, but his feet were like had sonar on them. And he would kind of push them out in front of him to kind of find out where things were. Now, he's a mentally retarded 30 something year old black man. Okay. A handsome man, let me tell you. A good looking young man. Well, he was actually older than me at the time, but um, and Ruby Lee loved him, but that's another story. Uh, Watching him, and I have been around other folks who are blind and how they get around. So, in learning it myself, I was like, your aura, you can push your aura out in front of you, right? So your hands, if you're looking for something, if you're getting near something, if you push the energy from your hands, and it's sort of like um, 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 well, it's not really like if you were on the Starship Enterprise and they put up the shields, they increase the shield power or whatever, so it extends further out, or there's sensor readings. Okay, so use that kind of sort of as a visual or a place to put it. But so with your fingertips, and if you have ever seen the photographs of the Kalaran photography where energy's coming out, your fingertips. Okay, keep that in mind, right? So you expand it out in front of you so that, and this is what Larry was doing. He was putting his hands out there and feeling, but at the same time, his feet was generating little, so I call it sonar, but actually it was toe radar, it was todar, but he very rarely bumped into things with his feet, but he would do this sweeping action with his feet so he wouldn't bump into the chairs. It was amazing. And he learned it himself. Okay, so I was just observing, but in some of those earlier seminars and classes and so forth, we would go to class and they would make half of the class for the first 2 hours of the seminar put on a blindfold and be blind. And then you take off the blindfolds, and then whoever was your partner, they would put the blindfold on for the next 2 hours. So everybody got to experience the techniques, the following, the handholds, to being blind, and learning to negotiate in unfamiliar surroundings. Very interesting. So had these classes, went to these seminars, and learned these things way back in the 70s. But it's also helped me after all these years, especially with learning more about, psychic energy and spiritual energy and all this other kind of stuff. So that, sometimes if I'm having trouble with a nut and a bolt, I will close my eyes to put it on, which I noticed this here recently. I was like, I had to close. I could see it, yeah, but I could feel it better than I could see it to put it on. I couldn't thread that nut onto that bolt, and I was missing. I was like, damn, I could see it right here. It was, and my brain said, so close your eyes. And I closed my eyes and found the end and went and it went right on. So that other sense, we shoot the energy out our fingers, we shoot it out our toes, and we will bump into something with our aura before we hit it with our toe or our hands. And if you practice it and allow it to happen, you can't force it. You just say, okay, I will just think like I got the energy in my fingers up. I'm really shooting the juice. I will literally say, I'm shooting the juice out my fingers now. Where is that? You know? So I say a visual, which is a trigger to me. I'm shooting the juice. So any number of images can come into, you know, to some of the Marvel comics, and they're shooting the electric thing. However you want to visualize it, it does help to visualize um, that the energy is coming out your fingers, that your aura is expanding, however you want to do it. But the fact is that you will be expanding your aura, especially in a particular direction, especially if you don't want to bump your toe. Trust me, there's your little todar is going to be on big time. It does not want to get smashed. So let the toes tell you where the chair is, kind of thing. So, but anyway, so my friends, my hubby is a 69. He needs lights, and he knows how many sphere. Yeah, I'm tall and big till they meet me. I think it's my energy that since I'm 4'10", but I have huge aura. No offense, Witch Moon. I had this not necessary. Just looking at your little picture there, I was like, she's about 5 foot tall. Just, I don't know. It was interesting. With I'm having worked with dementia patients and so forth like that myself, you have every situation is different. And I've noticed that now, if you've been around a particular patient, then you have already assessed them. If they're demented and they want to see certain things or blah, 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 so you can work within those parameters. Damn, I'm seeing that damn dirt road again. Wow, that's interesting. I'm sorry, just an old dream just came literally flooding back about a dirt road and a bridge, and the river was flooded. So just that came out of nowhere. Wow. But there are times when uh, you don't encourage them, but you keep your remarks as simple as possible. Like, but you're Jesus if you think so. You don't say yes. You go, if you think so. Well, blah, 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 blah. If that's what you believe. So you let them make those decisions of belief so you can kind of stay out of it. But there are some times where you just got to go, yes, I am. Because that's the only answer that's going to like make it without them going like whack job on you. And having had some folks go whack job on me, I think I would pretend to be Jesus to because I'd be asking for Jesus to help me when I'm getting my ass kicked by this lunatic. So, yes, I'm Jesus, my son, but, because if I don't agree with him, he's going to cut me, slash me, and beat the out of me, because I've already taken a couple of punches from this guy. I'm thinking of this particular person. And so, no, you don't rile them. No, it might not be the right thing, but if this person's nuts, it don't matter. Birds, as in like birds in my head flying around like Tweety birds. I'm kidding there, but maybe. Or outside like songbirds and stuff. The songbirds are very around here, and I have a diverse habitat for birds. Not as plentiful as they used to be. Just not. Certain types of birds. I haven't seen like a bluebird or a blue jay. Uh, Blue jays used to be like a lot of them around here. I haven't seen a blue jay, not just here in my yard in the forest or this little neighborhood, but I mean driving around and 10 miles through the country and driving slow and looking out the window. Ain't no blue jays, ain't this kind of bird. We don't have any wild quail anymore to speak of. And there used to be coveys of quail of 10, 15 birds, that traveled around my property that I could watch. Ain't no birds like that. Now, turkey, there's a crap load of turkey in the backyard and in the swamps and stuff. There are a bunch of turkey. But songbirds, nah. There's some cardinals. I've got a little cockaded woodpecker about yay big that likes to peck on some of these branches up here. There's that cardinal I was looking at the other day. I was in the bushes and he was in the bushes, and I was like, "Hi." There were a couple of honkers that went over today, geese. And we used to, we're on the way to Florida, where St. Mark's Wildlife Refuge is, where a lot of the birds used to go um, for the winter, right? They'd fly south. And we used to have huge flocks of geese high up, sometimes low, flying overhead. Great big, have, there were two birds earlier this morning, and then three birds about 2 hours later that honked. And they were going east, they weren't going south, but no other birds. I mean, where have all the geese gone? Where are all the other migratory birds? We used to have, spring and in the fall, the robin redbreast would come through. And I mean, they would come through in waves, right? And just populate and do and chatter and do and everything and stay for a couple hours or whatever. And they would go through. Haven't seen anything like that in years. So, talking about birds, it's been very sad in that respect. You know, we've lost a lot of other critters too, over the years. Outside as an adult of my now I'm caring for me. Yeah. In Lady Court, I can't remember whereabouts are you? Now I have been I have taken a ride into Coolidge, which is a town over yonder 8 miles away. Now if I go this one particular way, uh there seems to be, when I drive through there, and I don't race, I just, doodly doodly do anymore because I'm looking for Louisiana. That's right. Um, which is interesting. But you and the bayous and everything out there should be a plethora of birds, right? Well, me being down here in South Georgia, we have swampy lowland areas, not quite like Louisiana, but similar. And we used to have a lot of birds, and it's just not here anymore. Uh, I think radiation has a lot to do with it. I think there are things, um, certain bugs and stuff that um, there are certain frogs and things along in the rivers. I mean, just things have changed. The ecology um, is much different than it was 20 years ago. I've watched it change. My backyard has changed. The rivers have changed, and I've talked about this for over the years now, and it's still being modified. So, but Lady Court, you southern Louisiana, you probably heard, flitterings and stuff of the uh, ivory-billed woodpecker, maybe. Well, we have had sightings of the ivory bill here in South Georgia. That one trip, it depends on which way I go into Coolidge. There are two-ish, ways to go. A long way, third way, but long way around kind of thing. But anyway, that there are several of us who have spotted, especially the female ivory-billed woodpecker. The juice will be there. Yep. There were a couple of buzzards that flew overhead the other day, but there used to be a flock of them. I mean, like 15 birds that used to sit in a pine tree right back here in the backyard. And they would come and stay for, 10 days and fly off, and they do, and then they'd come back around. You haven't seen woodpecker? Yeah. We have some very large woodpeckers, the big tall ones like this, but uh, there's these, they're, I said Caucasian, they're ladderbacks, uh, woodpeckers. They got a little bit of red crest on top and they're white with black stripes kind of thing. Looks like a ladder, but they're small little birds, but they're cute. And they run around on the tree up here and peck and they make a hell of a lot of noise for the size of bird they are. But, you know, red, white, and black. It depends on where the red and the white and the black are between the ivory billed and the oh man, I can't think of the name of the other woodpecker, the other big one, the Woody the Woodpecker kind of woodpecker. Well, Witch Moon, if they're in Texas, good, because we're damn sure missing them around here. I mean, there used to be three or four families of cardinals that lived just around in my yard. I mean, there'd be a nest over here and some over here and back over there. They would argue with one another. There are maybe, I know there's one pair, maybe two. Is it? Okay. I had told myself I wasn't going to stay until 420, and here I am. So, but it's been good yakking with y'all. But yeah, the bird population here is greatly dwindled from what it used to be. Oh my God, we're down. I would say we're down at least 75% loss of birds. And like I said about the quail, it's like if you find a wild quail anywhere, it's because it got loose from a pen. Because all the quail around here, and they have big farms, and coming into late January and early February is when they hunt for quail, and other birds too, but I think turkey. But anyway, so where was I headed with that? Oh, but if you find a quail, it got out of a pen. It's not a wild quail. They are just not around. I have all these plantations and everything around here. If there's a couple of dirt roads that you can drive down that are like, they in a house for 2 miles, and you're driving slow, and there used to be flocks of birds that you'd scare up that it would run across the road or whatever. Nope. You drive down the road, turn around and come back. Not if you see a bird, you're like, wow, there's a bird, woo. Where it used to be, whole flocks of them you'd stir up. So, much different than what it used to be around here. Well, that'll be the end of that bowl. At 4:20 in the morning, you're riding with Hawkeye Two Feathers, aka David Null. And it's 4:20 in the morning time here on South Georgia Swamp News and Predicaments or whatever. But one of the interesting things in one of the cards that I read, just there, I'm having these little flashbacks to the words, is that, and it's true, you have to go down many pathways and learn where all the dead ends are for you to understand the forest. It's not just the path that goes through it. If you really want to understand the forest, then you've gone down this path to a dead end. You've gone over here to it. Doesn't mean it just it went somewhere. It just didn't go through. But in order to know where all those spots are, to really understand the forest. And I thought, wow, I'm sure I've read that before, but it really caught my ear and eye tonight because it's so true. If you only go one way through my woods, you go, oh, but if you go a little bit over here, 50 yards to the right, there's a whole different terrain, you know. And if you go 50 yards to the left of middle, there's a ridge and the terrain is totally different there. Within, a 700-foot wide patch of land. So it's like, but within those parameters, it still ain't the same. You walk now. There are folks that'll have an open field, okay, 3 or 4 acres of open field. But if you walk through that field, the field ain't the same everywhere. There'll be a rock over here, or something over there, or something over here. There'll be little malformations or something in the land. It ain't all the same. So, but here's also the same thing. No matter how many times you cover and how well you know your woods or your forest, you go back over it, it's ever changing. It it is never the same. It's similar, but it's never the same. There might be an ant pile, there might be a something. There's a weed growing that wasn't there before, or there used to be a weed and it ain't growing there no more. I mean, there's the plus or the minuses and the things and that, but it's never the same. 3 hours ago it's 4:20. I've been on 4 hours and 20 minutes too. There's just nothing left in that, or I'd hit the bowl. But out in the field and out in the yard, I was talking about now's the time for the broadleaves to come out. And the yard is changed from, quote, grass, which has died down. And now there are these broadleaves, like lettuces and different types of, edibles and non edibles, but growing all around the yard, and out in the field and stuff. I didn't plant them. They come up every year. There's certain types of grasses. I'm going to do a live stream and walk around the yard to show what I'm talking about. But it's very interesting, and I was like, wow, the daffodils are blooming. I got garlic in the back that's coming up, and they're not blooming yet, but they're propagating and going, and so even in quote the wintertime, now we're actually we are in winter, but we're I can notice outside that we're the plants and the things and the little stuff that's growing, we're already moving into spring. I was like, crap, we ain't even out of December yet, and there's signs of spring now, not even the 1st of January. And no $200. Yeah, do not pass go. All right, it's time for a potty break. It's both 420s. I've been able to hit them again. So, but my dear friends, observation is the key to all things. All right. And, for the many times I thought I knew it all, Mother Nature continuously teaches me and shows me new wonders. I mean, literally right outside my door. I mean, I've got 5 tomato plants that are growing together that came up on their own from, I have no idea where the tomato seeds came from. I was thinking that maybe there was if I have any leftovers, I'll scrape it out or put it outside, and one of the critters or something will eat it, right? And it may be that something like that, but I don't know where the tomato seeds came from. That's like number one. My only thing was that somehow something went to the cats or something. That's like a maybe. But where the tomatoes came from, not a clue. But they're fine and they're huge. They're like this tall. They're like a foot and a half, almost 2 foot tall. If I stretched them up, they're laying down and everything. I've been covering them when it got really cold, but they're blooming. It's almost January, and my tomatoes are blooming in the yard when I didn't plant them. They're volunteers. So um, my friend said, "What are you going to do with them? Are you going to repot them?" I said, "No, I'm going to leave them there." I watered them today because I want to see what happens. Now, if it goes into, freezing temperatures, whatever, I am going to cover them. I am that smart, you know. But as far as what am I going to do, I'm going to let them stay. The cats like to lay around the bottom of them, you know, and I've raked up the leaves around them, you know, and they're not hurting anything. And I've got a couple of buckets around them to keep the cats from getting in, but also to hold the tomato plants up. And also when I put the covering over it, the it helped hold the plastic up. Anyway, but to the point though, I didn't plant them, but they're doing great. You know, why should I mess with a good thing, right? Just leave them, observe them, water them, you know, and be careful. But shoot, you know, yeah, the tomato fairy. I honestly, I have tried. Like, did I dump something out, or maybe I had a sandwich or something with tomatoes, and maybe the seeds fell out or something. Because I don't normally get fresh tomatoes because by the time I get the tomatoes, they ain't usually fresh. But, you know, I've had canned tomatoes and, you know, I feed the cats outside with things at times and maybe that's how the seed got there, but there's four of them for sure. But I think there's five tomato plants just kind of intertwined together. And one of the reasons I didn't want to transplant them was because they're all kind of entwined together, you know. So, but the other thing is I can cover them where they are. I have plastic, and you know they're on the south side of the house. I get plenty of sun, and you know let's just see how this works out. You know, if I can't grow the tomatoes in the summertime because it's too hot and the bugs and you know the hell with it. I'll start growing tomatoes in the wintertime. You know, this might be a new revelation for me, you know. But one of the reasons why I want to finish my porch is because it's going to be part greenhouse. So, you know, I really want that to happen. But anyway, so I love you all. Thank you so much. I hope to be back before New Year's Eve. If Robert and I were talking about maybe doing something New Year's Day night, Saturday night, but New Year's Eve, I ain't got nothing planned. I don't know if I'm going anywhere. So, good night, Pearl. Uh, yeah, we love you. Honestly, keep up the good work. And so for New Year's night, just might come on just for the hell of it, just to hang out with y'all. Just nothing in particular to talk about or nothing, but you know, just Happy New Year. You know, let's maybe we'll just get really stoned. I mean, like, Dave passed out on the air. You know what? Somebody had to call me on the phone to wake me up. So, but anyway, I do honestly like yesterday was a really good meditation day, and so many of you were like positively. I was, you know, my Christmas present was doing cards the other night, kind of thing, but you know, also I was like, I can meditate with kindness in my heart to all of you. And that is my silent, you know, present prayer, whatever, for the holiday season, right? And, you know, I'm not trying to get any, you know, points on it because it's just what I do anyway, right? So, but there was extra because I was like, well, this is the holidays. It's, you know, the day after Christmas kind of thing, blah, 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 blah. New Year's coming up. You know, all my dear friends here, you know, I send love and kindness and keep up the good work, you know. And as I look down the, you know, the chat list, that's kind of sort of how it rolls in my brain. So no particular order, but it'll be David Castle or it'll be, you know, Esty or Delaney or Witch Moon or, you know, somebody else and Chloe or, you know, Michelle. And, but, you know, it's sort of like I've said, it's sort of like a Rolodex in that folks will, you know, your names will come up in my hmm, my spatial differential. It's somewhere out here I can see it. like I can picture pictures and stuff and see 3D and things like that. It's almost like a computer. It's my own little computer screen that nobody else can see. But it'll come up on my screen, as it were. It'll come up on my display. And I'll kind of like, yeah, there's that and that. And if there's a picture or something, or I've seen your face, or anyway, so something will go, like David Castle and I were on a show together. So I have that reference. I've had pictures from Michelle and from other people. So been on with Teresa. So there are folks that I have seen, and so there is that association. Otherwise, the only association I have is like looking at Witch Moon as this little tiny round circle and the name, right? So, but when I see it, that's what I see in my brain. Witch Moon. There's your thing. You know, Esty, blue, red being. There's your thing. So, but anyway, but and I'm not asking for brownie points or anything, or I'm telling you this because that's what occurred yesterday. But um, in the kindness that I was feeling from the universe, and from the kindness that I have felt from all of you when I get on and your comments and hanging out and so forth, um, that I'm like, that kindness I just wish back upon you. So it was just this interchange of meditation, walking around, thoughts, and you and this and that, the end of the year, what's coming up, just there wasn't anything bad. It was just all this conglomeration of stuff. And so I was like, yeah, so this new year, all the kindness that has been shown to me this year, I wish back on all of y'all. So my prayer was that. So in this discussion, to wrap this 4 hours and 31 minutes up, hopefully, because I ran out of coffee and drink, and I don't think I have any more cigarettes. They're up there. uh, but that we can absolutely take kindness into the new year easily, you know, regardless of what's going on, we can still be kind to ourselves, to our family, and the learning process for those of us who are trying to learn more about our spiritual development, then in that we will learn somehow to extend our kindness in whatever shape it takes. Or we may never leave the chair in our living room, like right now, kind of thing, but we can still share the kindness. And we are family. We are like Wolf. We are that. Why? Because you all are here and you prove it. You know, I just show up. You guys prove it. And for that, I'm very grateful, So y'all say, well, thank you, Dave. Thank you. I get it. Thank you. But at the same time, what it means to me that you all are there, and how gracious and how gracious I am for having met you all and know you, and the kindness that you have shown, not only to me, but to other people and to each other. That is special. So I think we're going to do a good job next year. Why? Because we've learned so much this year, and we have learned to leave our fears behind. We have learned that to be more positive versus negative is just better on all of us, So there are so many lessons that some people have just learned. There are those of us who are still honing our skills. We have had a taste of some of these things, but it requires practice. So for those of us who are 69 and a quarter years old, I'm sorry, it still cracks me up. It's an internal giggle thing. But that uh, we've been able to help each other, and that's an act of kindness. We'll take it to the future with us. We don't always agree, but I appreciate. Yep, I agree, David. I absolutely agree. I'm keeping your vision in mind. And it's really simple to Esty, just be kind. You'll figure it out. No particular, essence or great big, but no, just, continue to be kind. And there's some other subjects that might come up here in the near future that probably a lot of you ain't going to agree with. That's okay. Um, and here's the thing, and I don't. There goes another one. David Castle. Uh, you know, we've never discussed what we disagree on, and that's okay too. But I mean, I can't remember. But anyway, but to the point though, um, there are some of these things. I hope I'm wrong, you know, but I think we're going to be both surprised if they really come true. And not per se that I'm right, but the theory that I have discussed and whatever you may disagree with, we'll see. I mean, but we need differences of opinions. It's important, but with certain things, and I don't know what they are, but I think we're all going to be shocked. you know, we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be interesting. So I love you all. And it's not about being right as much as the information that I've had and experienced and so forth. There it is what it is. All I can do is be honest and tell you the truth and my experience. So, as the wolf, as the teacher, thank you. You know, Wado. So I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And every day when Duggar and I walk outside and look up at the sky, we both continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. Whether it's through the quantum reality or the multiverse, it's all possible. It all exists. Accept. Just accept and receive. And in that law of three, which I still think is important to you and me, that I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives and all of your relations will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And that you continue to weed out those things which create chaos in your lives and learn how to continue to learn how to be the observer because that keeps you out of a heap of trouble when you keep your emotions out. Remember, this is the time at any time is a good time to let go of baggage, but as a just representation of, Christmas time's over and a New Year's coming up and all this kind of stuff, why not? Yeah, it's a good time to just okie doke. So between now and New Year's, just take a peek inside yourself and see what you can get rid of and throw behind you. Leave it the hell in this year. Do not drag it forward. But I love you too, Michelle and Esty, David, Witch Moon, and anybody else that might be sleeping in the background. It's okay. We love you. It's 4:43 a.m. in the morning time here in Southwest Georgia. TTFN, ta ta for now. For all of you, cheers. Keep smiling. Even in the worst of shit, keep smiling. Find something funny about it. Holy crap, I'm stuck in the mud again. Okay. We love you. Be safe, okay? and keep that kindness going. You know, have a good year. See ya. Hugs. TTFN and wee. Cheers.